Okay, we're going to get started, please. We're a very full night. So welcome all and thank you for participating today. My name is Philip Trowbridge and I've been designated to serve as the presiding officer for this hearing by Commissioner Robert Scott. And if you can all bear with me, I have a few introductory points I need to make for this official public hearing. So first, a few housekeeping items. As a matter of safety, I'd like to point out the emergency exits and the fire alarm pull stations. There's 4 exits, and the fire alarm pull stations are at each of the exits. Please make yourself familiar with your surroundings and available exit routes. Pathways to exits must be kept clear at all times. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate the building quickly and calmly. The hearing would be continued at a later date and sufficient notice would be provided in accordance with ENVC 200. Restrooms are located down the hall to the right as you leave the auditorium, across from the cafeteria. The school staff ask that you please excuse the appearance of the building as they are doing some construction to prepare for the next year. And finally, I would ask that everyone please take a moment to mute or silence your phones. So pursuant to RSA 42A8 and the rules ENV WT 202 and ENVC 205.03, the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, Wetlands Bureau, hereinafter NHDES, is holding this hearing to receive public comments on the pending application submitted by Granite State Landfill, LLC, proposing to impact approximately 17 acres of wetlands for construction of a new landfill facility at Douglas Drive in both Dalton and Bethlehem, New Hampshire, NHDES file 2020-02239. On June 24th, 2021, the notice of this public hearing was posted on the NHDES website. The notice was also distributed via first-class mail to the applicant and abutters, plus via email to other interested parties. Notice of this public hearing was also published in the Littleton Courier on June 30th, 2021, the Union Leader on June 28th, 2021, the Caledonian Record on June 26th, 2021, and the Coos County Democrat on June 30th, 2021. The notice provided links to the revised plans and application materials, additional information related to the application, and public comments that had been received as of that date. This hearing is being offered in hybrid format for both in-person and remote attendance. The hearing is being held in person at White Mountain Regional High School and contemporaneously using the WebEx remote platform. The notice provided information for the public to access the meeting in person, by computer, or by phone. If anyone has a problem accessing the meeting, please call Tom Taggart at 603-271-8156 or send him an email at the following address, thomas.taggart@des.nh.gov, and those number and name email are listed shown on the screen now. Please note that this hearing is being recorded. The process for these types of hearing is set by law and rule. For those of you who have not participated in a public hearing before, I'd like to take a minute to explain what this hearing is and is not. This hearing is for the state to receive comments from the public on the proposed project. What this hearing is not for is questions or back and forth. So you will not be hearing much from New Hampshire DES today, but please be assured that NHDES is taking this application review very seriously. We have read all of the public comments already provided, and we look forward to hearing your comments today. We also recognize that there are concerns about the project pertaining to a wide range of environmental issues, including solid waste, air quality, surface water quality, groundwater, land disturbance, and wetlands. This hearing today is to receive public comments specifically related to the wetlands permit application. Relevant topics for today are wetland and stream channel impacts, water quality of wetlands, wildlife habitat, flood storage, groundwater levels, and impacts on commerce, recreation, and the aesthetic enjoyment of the public. Given the large number of people who would like to speak today, please focus your comments on these topics. The public will be able to comment on other environmental issues during other hearings for the relevant permits. So now I'm going to turn this mic over to Tom Taggart, who's not in this room, who will provide an overview of the logistics of how to participate in the remote part of the meeting.
Thank you, Phil. Next slide, please. So as Phil said, please shoot me an email or give me a phone call. Email me at thomas.taggart, T-A-G-G-A-R-T, @des.nh.gov, or call me at 603-271-8156 if you run into any technical problems joining the webinar. Next. So for webinar audio, there's two options. You can use computer audio or you can call into WebEx directly. To see either of these options, click at the bottom of your screen where you see a horizontal ... Next. And then you will have a pop-up that will allow you to switch audio options. Next. When you get to the pop-up, you'll see whether or not you're using computer audio already or whether or not you can call in. If you want to call in, just click the blue view button and you'll be offered a call-in number, and WebEx may even call your number directly. Next. So if you don't see those and you're still having trouble, you can call in directly using a 415-655-0001. Once again, that direct call-in number is 415-655-0001. And then the access or event code is 172-513-4823. If you do call in and are providing testimony when we're taking remote testimony or comments, please to turn off your computer speakers so that we don't have bad feedback. Next. So for submitting comments, chat and question options have been turned off. Pre-registered users will be called upon by name in the order that they have registered. Those who are remote do not need to raise your hand if you have pre-registered. Non-registered remote users will need to indicate that they wish to submit a comment by raising their hand. So now we're going to step through how to do that. Please wait until after the registered speaker session has finished before raising your hand. The presiding officer, Phil, will let you know when it's time to do so. And please remember to lower your hand when you're done providing a comment remotely. Next. So raising your hand, if you've called in only by phone, the way to do so is by pressing *3. *3 will raise your hand, *3 again will lower it. If you join through the WebEx app, you can raise your hand through the participants panel. And if you are in a WebEx browser interface, you can do so by 3 horizontal dots at the bottom of the window. Next. So within the WebEx app, you're going to click in the lower right-hand corner of the WebEx interface. You're going to look for a participants panel button. You're going to click that to open up the participants panel. Next. And then when you hover near your name, you should see an icon of a hand show up. Clicking that will raise your hand, and then unclicking it again will lower it. Next. If you have trouble finding this, please do shoot me an email at thomas.taggart@des.nh.gov or give me a call at 603-271-8156. Next. And so here's just a quick zoom in of what that looks like. When you hover the mouse next to your name, you'll see that raised hand option. Click it once to raise it and again to lower it. Next. Now, if you're not in the WebEx app, the browser interface is a little different. You're going to click on those 3 horizontal dots at the bottom. You'll get a pop-up and the raised hand option will be in the pop-up. Next. So there it's just highlighted for you. Next. When you are providing a comment remotely, we will unmute you. Please identify yourself and your affiliation. Now, when we unmute you, you may get a pop-up asking that you unmute yourself. Do unmute yourself so that we can hear you. Next. Back over to you, Phil.
Great, okay. So the following is the agenda for the public hearing. Following my opening remarks, we will hear a 20-minute presentation of the proposed project by the applicant, Granite State Landfill LLC. After that presentation, I will open the floor for oral public comments on the proposed project. The order of the speakers will be, first, people who pre-registered to speak and are physically present. There are 65 people in this category. The second will be people who pre-registered to speak remotely. There are 4 people in this category. For the pre-registered in-person speakers, when your name is called, please form an orderly line behind the podium. Please speak clearly and directly into the podium microphone. And I'd say you have to be almost as close as I am to the microphone for it to work. Okay, just a couple of inches. Your testimony will be captured through the laptop computer for remote attendees to hear. For pre-registered remote speakers, when your name is called, we will unmute you so you can provide your comments. Please be sure that you are unmuted on your own device. After all of the pre-registered speakers, if time allows, we will have an opportunity for non-registered speakers to provide their comments. So prior to speaking, each participant must state their name and affiliation for the record. Please limit your comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Once you have been speaking for 4 minutes, I will ask you to please wrap up. There are many people who wish to speak today, so I ask that you be concise, not restate previous comments, and focus your comments on topics related to the wetlands application. Please be respectful of the time so that we can hear everyone who wishes to speak today. And finally, after all of the public testimony, I'll provide a closing statement to adjourn the public hearing. And this facility has asked us to wrap up by 7 o'clock tonight. So please know also that if you do not wish to speak or if there's not enough time, you may submit written comments today. NHDES has provided some color comment cards. These were out at the front desk that you can use to submit a written comment for the record. And if you choose to do so, please drop off the comment card in the box provided at the table at the entrance to the auditorium. Also, I know many of you have already brought typewritten comments that you're going to read, and you're welcome to drop those off in the box also to add them to the record. A written comment is treated exactly the same as an oral comment. So now I would like to move on to item 2 of the agenda and introduce Joe Gay, who's an engineer for Casella Waste Systems, who will give an overview of the proposed project. And just give us a minute to switch over the microphones.
Okay. Check 1, 2.
Good evening, everybody. As Phil mentioned, my name is Joe Gay. I'm an engineer for Casella Waste Systems, and I am the engineering and permitting manager for this project. Next slide. I'd like to introduce the folks that have been working on this application, as well as the other applications that we have ongoing for the project. Bob Grillo with CMA Engineers out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Adam Sandall, also with CMA Engineers out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Tim White with Sanborn Head and Associates out of Concord, New Hampshire. Barry Keith, BH Keith Associates out of Freedom, New Hampshire. Andy Nadeau is not with us tonight. He is our local permitting specialist and provides surveying oversight for the project. Kevin Roy from Granite State Landfill and North Country Environmental Services. Sam Nicolai, also with Granite State Landfill and North Country Environmental, and myself. and our corporate office is out of Rutland, Vermont. Next slide. So with this slide, we just wanted to get everybody geo-referenced to the facility. We identify the towns of Littleton, Bethlehem, and Whitefield in this graphic. Also, the existing North Country Environmental Services site towards the bottom of the slide is highlighted, as well as the proposed Granite State site, which is towards the top of the graphic. And highlighted in red are the likely traffic routes for the non-local trash hauling trucks that would access the site. So primarily Route 3 down to, 302, Route 3 and into Whitefield, and then up 116. Next slide. So back in 2017, the company embarked upon a statewide search for a replacement of our North Country Environmental Services landfill. We expect that facility will be at capacity in around the 2026, 2027 timeframe. Permitting for a facility such as this usually takes around 10 years. So we started in 2017 with a statewide search, and there's certain regulation that requires setbacks to facilities such as ours that have to be adhered to. We also want to provide good highway access to a facility like this. And there's a lot of details on that study inside the application. And these are just a few of the points around the study itself. But again, that began in 2017. We narrowed the search down to basically 4 locations, 2 in Twin Mountain, 1 in Shelburne, and the one here in Dalton. The one in Dalton was favorable for us. We began an investigation into the potential siting of the landfill. So that happened in 2017. Next slide. So yeah, as I mentioned, 2017, the project started. In 2018, we hired a wetlands specialist, Barry Keith, to go out on the site and delineate the wetlands. And he was out there for many, many months, investigating the wetlands, the quality, the location. Ended up with 8,000 wetland flags that had to be surveyed and collected the data, the location, and eventually put on a site plan. We are, with this application, requesting the taking of 17.11 acres of wetlands. Also in 2018, we embarked upon a drilling program to do subsurface investigation to determine groundwater flow, what the geology was below the landfill, again, to assess whether or not this site was suitable for a solid waste facility such as ours. And over that period of time, it became pretty apparent that it was a very good location for a project like ours. In 2019 and into 2020, once all the wetlands information, the surface water drainage information, the fish and wildlife information started coming in, and we had site plans to look at, we began looking at the development of the footprint of the landfill, and that evolved over time. And what started as a larger footprint ended up through 4 iterations, a much smaller footprint, but also one that made the project work. And then in August of 2020, we submitted our, once all this information was compiled, the application was prepared, we filed for our application, August 31st, 2020. Slide. So along the way, as we're developing the project and began to understand the wetlands, and even after the wetlands application was filed, we had 5 office meetings or virtual meetings with the DES discussing the project, and also had 4 on-site visits where the site was walked with the state personnel. We've also had 1 meeting in Massachusetts with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Environmental Protection Agency. And they have also been to the site on 2 occasions to walk the site and understand the setting as it relates to wetlands and water quality. We've also been in front of the Dalton Selectmen twice with the project, and also in front of the Dalton Conservation Commission, and ultimately 2 site visits with the Dalton Conservation Commission at the site. Again, similar to the DES and the Army Corps, walking the site and looking at the project area. Next slide. This slide looks like it's a little hard to see maybe. What we wanted to do with this slide is give you the setting of the site, where it's located, the area in red. If you can see that, the outline, it's the property owner of the project area. That's his property outline. If you can look to the right of the slide, you can see Route 116. I do have a pointer too, which might help. So 116 here, this is the property line. That's the 1,900 acres. And just also want to point out that Pine Tree Power is here. One of the things that made us like this site, looking at the suitability for the project, was the fact that it was in an industrial area of this town. Here is the logging operation is here, the Rod and Gun Club here, the Raleigh School here, the state park here, Forest Lake here, and then inside the site, several of the existing operations that are currently being used at the facility. Most notably the gravel operation. On the next slide. Oh, actually, can you go back? Can you go back one, Phil? Thank you. Also want to point out, I think this is the best slide for me to do this, is there is a ridge line here between Forest Lake and the proposed landfill project area, which is here. Okay, so there's a ridge line, there's a groundwater and surface water divide here. And I think it's important to note that that between the double line containment system that'll be placed beneath the landfill to protect the environment, groundwater monitoring wells that will be installed around the facility that will be required by the DES, and the fact that there's a groundwater and surface water divide, this landfill will not have an impact on the water quality from a groundwater surface water perspective. Can't happen. Next slide.
Please, all the remarks.
Yeah, next slide. So there's been some question too about the size of the landfill. We've heard several different numbers out there, and so the parcel the parcel of land is 1,900 acres in total. Go ahead, Phil. Of which inside that 1,900 acres is 267 acres of soil disturbance. So that is anywhere where we're going to put an excavator, a dozer, any earthen equipment to move soil around. That is 267 acres to build the landfill. And I'm talking the entire footprint of the landfill. Next. Within that 267 acres, the landfill footprint itself is 137 acres. Next. Inside the 130, and as we're walking through this slide, we're highlighting the areas that I'm also referencing. I'm sure you've picked up on that. The phase 1 area, this area right here, is 63 acres. Next. Phase 2 is 35 acres. Next. And then phase 3 is 39 acres. So in total, 137 acres. Next. And then at full build out, the project would last 38 years with the capacity at 600,000 cubic yards of consumption per year to basically fill the site. Next slide. We just wanted to kind of zoom in a little bit with this slide and show you the main project features. Again, you can see the 137 acre footprint within the property line that's in red. The infrastructure, what we're calling the infrastructure area. So as trucks approach the landfill, they got to weigh in with scales. There'll be a gas management system and a wastewater management system. That's this area here. And then, of course, the access road from 116 into the site, just here. And this is 116 here. Okay. This slide highlights in green, if you can see it from a distance, the 17.1 acres of the actual wetland impact. You can see the footprint. You can see the wetlands that have been delineated in green. If you focus your eye, you can see where those 17.1 acres are located. Next slide. One of the big elements of the permitting for wetlands taking in the state of New Hampshire is mitigation. We've looked at several projects in the area for mitigation and focused on these that we have here on the slide. We've identified 244 acres in the Alderbrook drainage area that we'd like to protect. We approached the Dalton Conservation Commission to partner with us for that. They declined. We also have 106 acres along the Ammonoosuc River that we would like to put into conservation, and we are in search of a partner for that as well. And then another possible mitigation is an in lieu fee to the Aquatic Resources Compensatory Mitigation Fund. So that's a payment to the state, then they take and use that money to conserve other areas around the state. Next. And that's the presentation.
Okay, so we have reached the part of the agenda for the public comments. So I want to start calling down the people who are going to provide in-person public comments. So these are people who are pre-registered. And the first three speakers are John Swan, Eric Johnson, and Marcia Stewart. At this time, please approach the podium, state your name and affiliation, and provide your testimony. And I'll just remind you to be quite close to the microphone.
Can you hear me? Turn it off. Can you hear me? Probably turned it off. Good afternoon. My name is John Swan. I'm the founder of Save Forest Lake. For the past 2+ years, I have spent much time studying Casella Waste Systems, the applicant for this wetlands permit. It should be noted that this company has never built a new landfill on green virgin land. Based on their long and controversial history of acquiring and operating existing landfills, I have come to the conclusion that they and their engineering experts are incapable of successfully developing and safely operating a brand new landfill, particularly at this poorly sited location, surrounded by wetlands and two very important bodies of water. To prove my point, in the past 10 months since the permit application process was initiated, DES has responded to the applicant with 2 requests for more information, noting 72 calculation errors, inconsistencies, missing information, questions, observations, etc. This after numerous previously undisclosed meetings between DES officials, the applicant, and their expert engineers. They can't and won't get it right. I'm a firm believer in that a company's past performance should serve as a precursor of things to come. After all, if you hire a contractor and they do shoddy work, you wouldn't hire them again. Based on my findings, this applicant has been involved in 64 lawsuits, cited for 42 environmental and operational violations, paid over $9.25 million in fines and settlements, and have been involved in 16 accidents and deaths. In just the past 19 months, Casella's operations in Bethlehem have been flagged by DES 5 times, one with a serious environmental incident involving the release of 154,000 gallons of leachate into the surrounding environment, less than 1,000 feet from the Ammonoosuc River. A subsequent leachate management audit revealed 13 findings relative to inadequacies in their leachate management system, which begs the question, can the North Country afford to have such an inadequate operator be in charge of such a potentially dangerous industrial facility at this environmentally sensitive location? Residents in Bethlehem have lodged 140 odor and noise complaints in 2018 and 2019. And recently, a 1,000 plaintiff class action lawsuit against Casella in New York reports that Casella will pay $750,000 into a settlement fund and another $900,000 for odor control measures at the Ontario County landfill. This should all serve to underscore the fact that Casella is simply not a very good landfill operator and with very questionable engineering abilities. With all of this information, how on earth are we to expect them to be able to construct a new state-of-the-art landfill as advertised? I do hope and pray that the DES Wetlands Bureau does not discount the severe environmental impacts of this initial build-out, totaling the equivalent of 134 football fields of destruction of prime, high-valued wetlands and forested habitat. And that's what we know of, folks, as there's been no independent confirmation of any of these impacts. Furthermore, with 1,889 acres under contract and this company's propensity for expansion, this will not be the full and complete build-out, as they would have DES believe. Look at their Concept 1, which initially planned for a 238-acre landfill footprint with 39.6 acres of wetlands impacts. That's what the future holds for this site. One last note, alternative sites in neighboring states have been raised numerous times during the permitting process. New York State has not been mentioned. Casella has 5 existing landfills in New York State, 2 of which are slated for a total of 187 acres of expansion. So why has that capacity not been taken into consideration? Finally, I would like to encourage DES Wetlands Bureau to follow its mission statement and deny this permit application for the reasons I've listed, along with the reasons you're going to hear tonight from others, as well as for the reasons we don't even know of yet, due to the obvious engineering inadequacies and incompleteness of this permit application. Please do not force this dangerous, unwanted, and unneeded landfill development down our throats, as this project will impact future generations as millions of tons of out-of-state waste will be trucked into the North Country to be deposited only 2,800 feet from Forest Lake. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we have limited time, so we'd like to keep this controlling. So Eric Johnson's next, but Marcia Stewart and Ann Ambrose, could you also start to come down and follow a line? Podium, please. Go ahead.
My name is Eric Johnson, speaking for myself. I'm a homeowner in Dalton. My house is located about a quarter mile from the proposed site. It's on the ridge that sits between the landfill site and the lake. My 450-foot deep hydrofracked well could penetrate the aquifer under the ridge, which may extend under the landfill, which might also feed into the springs on my property, which flow into the lake. I don't think Casella or anyone knows at this point because the needed bedrock hydrogeological studies seem to be missing from any permit applications. I purchased this property 5 years ago because of its close proximity to the state park, its trails and beach, which is about 1/10 of a mile away from me. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology, a Master of Science degree in information technology. I have over 25 years of experience in various roles dealing with scientific and technological research, design, and operations. I've worked professionally and have been published at research labs for Harvard Medical School, biomedical institutions, and MIT. At my current job as a tech executive for a global utility company, I'm responsible for tens of millions of dollars of operating and project budget. I'm telling you that to lend credibility to my testimony on how surprised and disappointed I am that this ill-conceived project has even progressed as far as it has. When I first heard about the landfill project, I assumed that common sense, scientific, and historical evidence about the company would prevail. I hope New Hampshire's reputation as a state which highly values its environmental assets would weigh heavily against the idea of siting a landfill next to a state park and on land where prior projects have been rejected for years due to wetlands and other environmental impacts. What I've seen from Casella over the past 2 years of my research is a company that has embarked on an aggressive marketing campaign disguised as scientific fact. Water can't flow uphill. We'll make your lake cleaner. Hand-waving false promises, fear-mongering, and spreading around money in an attempt to scare off or buy off resistance is Plan A. Their pseudo-scientific marketing campaign only presents the virtues of a landfill. They've got it all figured out. The wetlands impact will buy you off. Odor issues, not a problem. It's your imagination. Scavenger birds and toxic particles polluting the lake. It won't happen because it won't, or will scare the birds to the lake. Permanently injuring the reputation and use of the parklands, that's someone else's problem because we don't go there. The thing that concerns me the most as a scientific fact and process-oriented person are the inadequate wetlands permit attempts. I read their first 2 submissions, which weren't a serious effort, lacking critical information regarding environmental, community impact, and mitigation, simple design and specifications, proper groundwater evaluation to the depth that it needs to be done at. But each time Casella submits a draft, DES replies back with a list of deficiencies, some of which have been paid for and provided by third-party anti-landfill groups. DES is effectively spoon-feeding Casella instructions on how to submit a complete permit. As far as I know, Casella hasn't responded to the latest round of deficiencies, which leads me to wonder about the appropriateness of this meeting. Watching the interaction between Casella, DES, and our government leaders, I can't help but draw parallels to Elizabeth Holmes in the Theranos lab testing fraud, or the Sackler family with their Purdue Pharmaceutical Company, which has been responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths of opioid overdoses. In all these situations, companies put the needs of their profits and stock price over that of the community. They twist and spin marketing as science, promise great benefits, but deliver broken promises that have hugely negative impacts. They lobby investors and regulatory agencies into approving products that result in broken lives and bankrupt bank accounts. You don't have to look far to see that what's happened at Casella's facilities in Massachusetts, Vermont, New York, and Bethlehem are red flags that point to a corporate culture of profits over ethics and shared price over environmental health. DES staff, your professional reputation will be influenced by your decision in this matter. As a fellow scientist, I can tell you and provide evidence of problems with their methodology, transparency, reporting, and ethics across the board. Please see past the attractive marketing lingo, make note of their reputation, and encourage them to take their business to a site that makes better environmental and economic sense for the state of New Hampshire by denying this permit.
The next speaker is to be winding up. So after Mark Stu is Ann Ambrose, Patricia Kellogg, and Edith Butler. Okay? And also, so you may notice that if you're holding paper, don't hold it in front of the screen because it blocks the camera. Put it down on the keyboard part. And again, please, let's do steady transition so we get through and have a speed. All right?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm not a lawyer, an engineer, or a politician. I'm Marcia Stewart, and I'm a homeowner from Whitefield. I have a short message, so I'd appreciate you listening carefully. I have a son who lives in Littleton with his wife and 2 children, ages 3 and 7. Any oops, like the spill in Bethlehem, could take the lifetimes of my grandchildren and their grandchildren to clean up. They enjoy swimming and playing at Forest Lake State Park like their father has for over 35 years. And I don't want them to have to listen to heavy equipment and smell noxious smells. I don't want them to have to listen to truck noise and be breathing dirt in the air that's stirred up. They should be able to go there and enjoy it. I also don't want any chance that their lives will be cut short by anything from a landfill, in the air, or in the water. Our beautiful scenery, our pristine lakes, our clear air, and our quiet are our North Country heritage, and they should be protected for the enjoyment of tourists and residents alike. Isn't that why we pay our taxes to the state of New Hampshire? To protect us from huge, wealthy, threatening corporations from which we cannot individually protect ourselves. We live in small towns. We live in this state. We deserve the protection. Please deny this permit. Limit the impact on public lands. Do your duty and protect us in our land for generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Annie Lynch Ambrose. I've been a New Hampshire resident for 21 years. My children and grandchildren live here as well. My home at 526 Forest Lake Road in Dalton is actually closer to the proposed landfill than Forest Lake State Park. I have a 250-foot dug well. The destruction of 17 acres of wetlands, 160 acres of forest, 5 vernal ponds, and eliminating the habitat of endangered wildlife is in direct contradiction to the mission statement set forth by DES. To protect, restore, and maintain our environment and public health, you must deny the wetlands permit. To protect our safe drinking water for our children, grandchildren, and future generations, you must deny the wetlands permit. To prevent the further destruction of Aldenbrook, the Ammonoosuc, and Forest Lake, you must deny the wetlands permit. This would be the second landfill on the Ammonoosuc, and it's neither needed or wanted. To protect our environment and our way of life, as tourism is vital to the North Country, you must deny the wetlands permit. To prevent truck traffic carrying out-of-state trash to and through our towns, jeopardizing our children going to and from school, you must deny the wetlands permit. The company soliciting this permit has not sought local approval, has business practices that do not adhere to DES guidelines, and does not have our public health in mind. In order to remain in accordance with your very mission statement, you must deny the wetlands permit. Thank you.
Christine Quigley and Douglas Peterson, if you please come down.
Patricia Kellogg, Physician's Assistant, Littleton, citizen. I am opposed to the wetlands permit application submitted August 31st, 2020 by Granite State Landfill LLC to the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services relative to its 181-acre landfill development project in Dalton with part of driveway access in Bethlehem. 17+ acres of forested wetlands will be permanently impacted via dredge and fill operations in order to construct a driveway and infrastructure for the landfill development on Route 116 in Dalton and Bethlehem. These permanently impacted acres of wetland will affect the surrounding wetlands and streams that all feed into the Alderbrook complex and eventually run into the Ammonoosuc River, a designated protected river that is a short distance upstream from our town of Littleton. I walk beside the Ammonoosuc River at least 3 to 4 times a week in Littleton on the Riverwalk, an area that our town is promoting for tourism and for health and wellness. As a former family practice physician assistant, I do not want to see a landfill developed near this river. If the wetlands are destroyed, contamination of the river is a strong possibility. Wildlife that depend on the river would be affected, and even more devastating would be the contamination of drinking water. Woodsville, a town downstream of Littleton, gets its drinking water from the Ammonoosuc River. The river also runs near the town wells of Lisbon, a town downstream from Littleton. I live in Littleton and am not alone in my opposition. At the March 9th town vote, more than 700 townspeople, a nearly 3-to-1 margin, adopted a resolution opposing the second commercial landfill on the Ammonoosuc River. 2 landfills on the same designated protected river would be unfair to the residents of the river corridor towns. The warrant article cited environmental impacts to tourism and businesses, and a North Country, quote, that has become a repository of hundreds of thousands of tons of municipal solid waste generated in towns and cities outside of our region and state. New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services has received qualified input regarding the impact this proposed landfill would have on our region. That is, the following have all weighed in against this development: the towns of Littleton, Whitefield, Carroll, and Sugar Hill, the Ammonoosuc River Local Advisory Committee, the Conservation Commissions of Dalton, Littleton, Lisbon, Whitefield, Bethlehem, and Sugar Hill, as well as New Hampshire Lakes, Sierra Club of New Hampshire, the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests, the Ammonoosuc Conservation Trust, the Conservation Law Foundation, Community Action Works, North Country Alliance for Balanced Choices, the Forest Lake Association, and New Hampshire State Parks. The New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services needs to abide by its own mission statement to, quote, help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire, end quote. To do so, the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services must deny the wetlands permit application file number 2020-02239 as submitted by Granite State Landfill, LLC. Thank you.
Please come down. Douglas Anderson, please come down, and Nancy, of course.
I have to decide whether I wear my glasses or don't wear my glasses when I speak. I'm Representative Edith Tucker of Randolph, representing COAS 5. A couple of years after becoming a natural resources reporter at the COAS County Democrat in Lancaster, I met with then Antioch University, New England professor Rick Vanderpoel, PhD. He invited me to hike up and spend the night at the Randolph Mountain Club Great Knob Cabin at nearly 4,400 feet in elevation on Mount Adams, and to write a story on what his graduate students learned during their week in the field. Students work together, I found, on inventorying permanent plots. They're just laid out with sort of rope, then they remove the rope, but they're permanent plots, and learning about the plants growing wild in the near tree line environment, and also on their own individual plots. Part of their assignment was to predict what these plots would look like in 10 years' time, given botanical differences between the plants and climate trends. I was exposed in that story of mine to just how dynamic our natural environment is here, and learned valuable lessons on which I've built ever since. So when I found out that Dr. Vanderpoel, now also a certified wetland scientist, had submitted 2 letters commenting on the NHDES Wetland application 2020-02239 for the proposed Granite State landfill, I asked him for permission to use his insights. In a letter he wrote on June 4th As a principal of Ecosystem Management Consultants LLC of Center Sandwich, Vanderpoel characterizes the proposed project as, quote, perhaps one of the worst potential environmental disasters in the Granite State in recent memory. A project of this size and scope boggles the mind. The paucity or lack of data with which to review and properly evaluate such a project points to the abject insufficiency of the wetland permit application. And he lists, no comprehensive wetland evaluation has been completed. Minimal hydrogeologic studies have been completed. No secondary or indirect impact studies have been done. No on-site mitigation has been proposed, even though some is currently required. I understand from the presentation that that may not quite be correct, because something was proposed and turned down by Dalton Conservation. No comprehensive wildlife habitat impact studies have been completed. He points out in a footnote that this project would permanently impact 7 times more wetlands than the failed Northern Pass proposal and twice as many vernal pools in an area 23 times smaller. The applicant, he notes, states that the landfill base liner, quote, is to be set 6 feet above the seasonal high groundwater table, but does not specify where that table is located throughout the site. Nor are there any, quote, nor are there any assurances that any blasting that is required will not alter or destroy the existing pattern of runoff and or infiltration, unquote. Vanderpoel emphasizes a key concern. There's, quote, the potential for subsurface water flows to be changed, again, as a result of blasting, notably in the watershed divide area above Forest Lake. And we now know that the fact that there is such a divide is one of the points that the developer mentioned as only a plus. Doesn't mention that things could be done to the site by a developer which would change the value of that divide. Now that isn't in my written testimony, but I've learned that today. Vanderpoel says, suitable hydrologic studies must be undertaken, he says, to prove that it would be impossible for these subsurface flows to be altered. You can't just make that assertion. You must, as a developer, be required to prove it. Vanderpoel says the applicant's statement that wetland, quote, that wetland impacts have been minimized and the disturbance to well-functioning wetland complex avoided clearly defies all logic and cannot be taken at face value by NHDES. This is because several dozen acres of naturally vegetated wetland buffers will be eliminated, thereby reducing the wetland functioning. This is especially critical for the 5 vernal pools and their buffers that would be destroyed by this project. He concludes by strongly, and I conclude too, by strongly recommending that NHDES and its federal review partners either require the applicant to demonstrably prove their case for no indirect impacts, or based on the detrimental environmental evidence already presented to date, preferably to deny the applicant a permit for dredge and fill in the waters of our state and the waters of the United States.
Next speaker, Logan Stevenson, please come down, and Nancy Corsi, Adam Finkel. Please come down on that one if you are speaking so we can have a quick time.
My name is Chris Quigley, and these are 2 of my daughters, Charlie and Tula. I I was born and raised in Lancaster and graduated from White Mountains Regional High School in 1997. As such, it baffles my mind to think any New Hampshire resident, regardless of where they live, would support an out-of-state corporation to haul trash, 49% of which is from out of state, through the entirety of New Hampshire, only to dump it 180 feet from the edge of a New Hampshire state park and 2,800 feet from a beautiful lake that people from all over come to enjoy. New Hampshire does not have a landfill capacity crisis. It's Casella that has a capacity problem for out-of-state trash, which they are trying to fix at New Hampshire's expense. Simply in this landfill's construction, the project will destroy 17 acres of wetlands, 5 vernal pools, and require 160 acres of New Hampshire forest to be completely clear-cut. This is all before the out-of-state company starts importing out-of-state trash with no regard for anything besides their profit. Then there will be an additional 100 tractor-trailer trucks filled with garbage traveling both ways through Franconia Notch every day. This will affect tourism and travel in New Hampshire's White Mountain National Forest, a huge tourist destination that sees upwards of 5 million visitors annually. With an additional 200 passes from tractor-trailer trucks daily, it is certain to negatively impact the breathtaking scenery, clear mountain lakes and streams, wildlife, and outdoor recreation opportunities that the National Forest offers so many millions of visitors each year, year-round. On January 29, 2020, an initial meeting with New Hampshire Department of Transportation, when asked what was the thought process behind the chosen trucking route of taking US 3 to Whitefield, then New Hampshire Route 116 to the site, John Gay, an engineer for Casella Waste Services, stated, and I quote, "Casella wants to avoid conflict with residents and businesses in downtown Littleton that may be caused by trash trucks driving through central Littleton," end quote. As Littleton has more resources than surrounding towns, the out-of-state corporation has come up with a preferred route of travel, which bypasses Littleton and adds up to an additional 23.2 non-interstate travel miles, again, both ways, directly through downtown Bethlehem and Whitefield. When asked if there is any foreseen increase in incoming trash that will make the proposed trucking route insufficient, Casella's representative replied, quote, "Perhaps in the future," end quote. And when the concern of the necessity of a staging area for the trucks, which is a current problem occurring at the Bethlehem facility, where trucks are arriving before the gate is open and parking along Trudeau Road and on pull-offs along US Route 3, Robert Grillo of CMA Engineers Incorporated, also representing Casella, stated, "There will be a mile of driveway between the scale and New Hampshire Route 116, which is proposed to be used as staging. With the operational hours of the proposed landfill being 3:00 a.m. to 8:00 p.m., this would allow up to 24 tractor-trailer trucks filled with garbage to sit and idle any time of day without restriction." The state is currently investigating Casella's Bethlehem facility for what may be the largest landfill leak in New Hampshire's history. Casella's violations just at their Bethlehem facility stem back until at least May of 2000, when the landfill was cited for violation of the New Hampshire hazardous waste rules relating to the treatment and transport of their garbage. In December of 2001, Casella was sued over the claim of non-payment of non-compete tips in Bethlehem. In 2003, they were fined for illegally dumping American flags, and in 2007 were fined for illegally dumping asbestos from the Mountain View Grand construction from 1909 to 2002. In May 2018, New Hampshire environmental groups sued over contamination of the Ammonoosuc River in violation of the Federal Clean Water Act. And in October of 2019, the Bethlehem facility was cited for both an exceedance of dioxane and elevated levels of PFAS at their test wells and was cited for inadequate daily cover. Again, all in Bethlehem. Okay, sorry. So I ask, what if the systems Casella claims to put in place for their Dalton facility fail, as they have at so many other facilities? As the slope of land proposed in Dalton site directs drainage flow down to the Ammonoosuc River, who is to say contaminants won't flow into our river, which is the drinking water supply for nearby Lisbon and Woodsville? Who is to say drainage won't flow into Forest Lake? Who is to say that the toxic chemicals won't travel to Alderbrook, the highest ranked wildlife habitat in New Hampshire?
Okay, we're going to move on to Nancy. And I just want to remind you, we do have a very long day, so please keep to the 5 minutes and look over the meeting.
Very short. Hi, I'm Nancy DeCourcy. I live in Jefferson. And I'm speaking to NHDES. The mission statement of your agency declares that it is your responsibility to offer protection and wise management of the state's environment. This is action that must be undertaken on behalf of all residents. Protecting our environment clearly must not include destroying wetlands and wildlife habitat and compromising water bodies such as Forest Lake, Alderbrook, and the Ammonoosuc River. The areas that would be impacted by the proposed permit are 2,800 feet away from Forest Lake and 190 feet from the Forest Lake State Park boundary. Protecting our environment should certainly include protecting these valuable resources. I strongly support denying this permit application. The permit seekers should look elsewhere to locate their proposed landfill. The needs of the North Country for disposing of its own waste will be met by Mount Carberry through 2041. New Hampshire does not need this landfill right now. We can explore other locations that are appropriate to meet our future needs. And in any case, the North Country should not be a dumping ground for other regions. Thank you.
Joy Sherman, Michael Basner, and Pam Laz. Please come down and follow the podium, please.
Thank you. Adam Finkel, Forest Lake Road, Dalton. Whatever the outcome of this adjudication, when, not if, both sides litigate your decision, the court will be looking for a preponderance of evidence that the decision is, quote, unjust or unreasonable. A decision to grant this permit will be both unjust and unreasonable. It's clear that when RSA 149M11 requires a substantial public benefit, the term cannot mean a gross benefit, but the DAS must consider the net benefit. All the good things that citizens of New Hampshire might receive from having another place to deposit their trash, minus the harms from a particular landfill operated by a particular company who seeks the state's permission. The statute would not contain the words, quote, need for a solid waste facility of the proposed type, size, and location if DES was only supposed to look at the benefits and not the harms. I offer these comments as an environmental scientist who's been on the faculties of grad schools of medicine, law, public administration, and public health, and one of the inventors of modern methods of cost-benefit analysis and risk assessment. I was the chief rulemaking official at the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration in the Clinton administration, director of the OSHA enforcement and outreach activities in the Rocky Mountain states under George Bush, and was a member of the EPA Science Advisory Board. One final preface, you should understand that however much you hear about the deficiencies in this application, you are likely hearing only a fraction of what stakeholders would like to say, because many might feel intimidated even in this constitutionally protected space. It is widely known that Casella has sued one local activist for defamation, and it sued a small homeowners association on Forest Lake mistakenly for purportedly defamatory statements that none of us ever even made. It cost us nearly $25,000 to make the simple factual showing that we were sued in error and the judge dismissed us from the case, but Casella refused to pay any of our costs for their mistake. So the harms. I'll just mention two. One, the applicant has estimated the groundwater flows beneath the site at up to 9.5 feet per day. In other words, as little as 20 months to reach the Ammonoosuc and as little as 9 months to reach Forest Lake, in a regime where DES merely requires groundwater monitoring every 6 months. In my future comments on the solid waste permit, I will explain the flaws in the applicant's rosy scenario, quote, inferring the direction of the flow. And then secondly, in my opinion, the spill on May 1 to 3 casts a cloud over this application, not really because it was allowed to persist for more than 48 hours, but because at least 3 witnesses from Casella testified on May 10th before a Senate committee and spoke only about how everything the company does is state of the art. Not a single mention, allusion, or hint of an ongoing problem not yet publicly known. In my opinion, here's another example of what could be interpreted as a clever attempt to mislead the credulous. In a mailer sent to all Dalton residents in April, where Casella guarantees no adverse impacts on nearby waters, it depicts the entire outline of the landfill with an arrowhead pointing onto the perimeter with the caption, quote, landfill base elevation approx 1083 feet, end quote. This is presumably supposed to reassure residents that the 1,106-foot elevation of the surface of Forest Lake is higher than the site, as if the groundwater cares whether it's flowing down gradient far underneath 2 points of slightly different surface elevation. But even this meaningless claim is far less than half true. You need only look at the maps you've been given by the applicant to see that the extreme southwest corner only is below 1106. The arrowhead points to the tiny fraction of the site that lies at 1083, but it's captioned as the, quote, landfill base elevation. Nope. You need to scour this application. Benefits. It's obvious there's no crisis. Your own report makes that clear. And as you know better than anyone, the only reason to project that Turnkey or Carberry is going to close is because you can't legally assume that you will grant a future extension as you have in the past. But we all know these extensions are highly likely. Just listen to Senator Gray testify about how wonderful the Turnkey facility is with no complaints from anyone. So there's an obvious nexus between the speed of any crisis and the lack of urgency for DES to feel it somehow must overlook the problems here. If it takes nearly 7 years to permit and ready a landfill for operation, that means you have at least 6 more years and probably 13 more years before we even need to settle on a site. I urge you to read carefully the June 22nd decision by the Circuit Court of Appeals at EDF versus FERC and Spire about the difference between market demand and market need. So finally, I just want to address my fellow regulators directly. In addition to my federal service, I've been brought in to advise the regulatory agencies of Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey, California, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Colorado at various times. I have immense respect for the thankless jobs you all have and for the care you must take to serve your mission while being very wary of powerful adversaries that could jeopardize it. Over the last 6 years, I've been privileged to co-direct a project at the University of Pennsylvania to appraise which environmental agencies around the world can call themselves best in class. 3 more sentences, okay. We have several reports in a book I'm happy to send you. Our bottom line is simple. The best agencies listen, learn, and lead. I'm concerned that you don't seem to be listening properly at this point. When I was a regulator, I hated it when stakeholders mistook my lack of agreement with them for lack of listening. I've been on the dais many times and I've said to commenters, you bet we heard you, we just think you're wasting our time. If you think my neighbors and the experts are wrong and wasting your time, I respectfully suggest you must explain exactly why when the time comes. Otherwise, it will be easy for us to show that you've been unjust and unreasonable. Thank you.
So, next, Michael Glaser, Pam Ladd, and then Bonnie Boswell.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Sherman. I'm a retired educator and have lived with my husband in Jefferson, New Hampshire for the past 5 years. Since moving here, we've discovered the joys of kayaking. Forest and Burns Lake are particular favorites of mine. Thus, you can understand the news of a possible landfill extremely close to these lakes was greeted with much trepidation. As I understand it, in order for the Dalton landfill to occur, numerous wetland protection dredge and fill regulations must be waived in order for the landfill plans to proceed. Sections I'd like to address are water quality, threatened and endangered species. Water quality is addressed in the wetlands permit on page 96, section 1.8.
the applicant states that the owner's well is 3,000 feet from the landfill site, then further explaining that there are private wells along the western shore of Forest Lake that are greater than a half-mile from the site. Changing from feet to miles made me wonder just how close the neighboring wells are. Converting a half-mile to feet is 2,640. Thus, one can assume that there's at least one well that is the same distance or is closer to the landfill footprint than the owner. Consulting EPA's website under Private Wells Protect Your Water, it's recommended that well owners test immediately if conditions change. It further states, in addition, well owners should also determine if the groundwater you rely on for household is under the direct influence from surface water. Groundwater under the direct influence of surface water is susceptible to contamination from active activities on the surface. Direct influence is determined on a site-by-site basis under the state program's criteria. Not everyone's well is affected, but it's likely any hand-dug well within a half-mile of this facility could be negatively affected. Will the applicant pay to protect private wells involved? Addressing the topic of threatened and endangered species in the wetlands permit, page 94, section 1.8, the applicant was asked how this project avoids and minimizes impacts to the wetlands. A portion of the applicant's answer is as follows. While no known protected species or habitats of special concern were documented or identified, 5 vernal pools would be filled. Research at UNH's Wildlife Outreach Program informs that vernal pools are often underprotected due to their size, and they are possible habitats for the endangered Blanding's turtle and the critically endangered marble salamander. The website also cites Brown 1999 that created wetlands are usually unsuccessful at replicating the functions of wildlife habitats that they are intended to replace. Perhaps hiring a consulting wetland scientist would help make what is not known known. Forest Lake is home to the common loon. New Hampshire Fish and Game website states that the common loon is listed as a threatened species in New Hampshire. They define threatened wildlife as those species which may become endangered if conditions surrounding them begin or continue to decline. Forest Lake State Park has been identified and studied as a breeding loon territory by biologists at the Loon Preservation Committee for over 30 years. It is believed that the close proximity of the landfill to their nesting site would jeopardize their existence. To conclude, on page 20 of the wetlands permit, the application states a person may request a waiver to the requirements in rules to accommodate a situation where strict adherence to these requirements would not be in the best interest of the public or the environment. What concerns me is waiving the wetland protection requirement seems to serve the applicant's best interest and select members of the public who stand to gain financially through the project. Overall, the public's and the environment's best interest will be undermined by citing this proposed sanitary landfill. Okay, thank you.
Michael Gossett. Wayne Morrison.
Yes, I'm Michael Glazner, a full-time resident of Michael Glazner, a full-time resident of Dalton, New Hampshire. I would just like to point out the presentation about the landfill site, I don't believe I heard anything about maximum height on build out. And it's going to be a mini mountain right here in Dalton, not really the kind that we're used to seeing in the beautiful White Mountain country. So I just want to point that out and this be investigated in the permit. This permit should be denied because of its potential for permanently changing the landscape. The traffic is going to cause landfill leaks, potential for landfill leaks that pollute groundwater and pollute surface water runoff into the Ammonoosuc River, landfill noise and odor wafting over a state park, Forest Lake State Park, and the concentration of birds like seagulls moving into a loon habitat on Forest Lake, just to get started. Now, if this permit were approved, the public optics would be detrimental to New Hampshire state as a state and the way we think about our wildlife and in terms of tourism as well. Imagine if you open the Concord Monitor or the Union Leader and see the headlines, New Hampshire DES approves permit for landfill in Greenfield Wetlands with subtitle, site located next to New Hampshire's Forest Lake State Park. What could possibly go wrong with that? Imagine that the article goes on to point out that there are thousands of square miles in New Hampshire and the DES didn't even require Casella to pursue other more environmentally appropriate sites. Then imagine that story actually gets picked up by the Boston Globe or USA Today, and the headlines alone don't even pass the common sense test, right? Just the headlines. And even worse, the phrase such as New Hampshire DES approves permit for landfill in Greenfield Wetlands next to New Hampshire State Park would be less than a 20-word tweet that could go viral. How does that sit with the publicity for our tourism industry that we prize in this country, in the state? On the other hand, who benefits from denying this permit? They will include the current and future generations that live in surrounding area, in the surrounding areas, future visitors to Forest Lake State Park, wildlife, tourism enterprises that use the Ammonoosuc River, and publicity that proves New Hampshire invested in its tourism industry by protecting our valuable natural resources for future generations. So it is paramount that you deny this permit. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name's Pam Lads, and I'm not from New Hampshire. I live in Newport, Vermont, which is part of the Northeast Kingdom. Thank you. I live under the shadow of Mount Trashmore, which is what we lovingly call our landfill. It's about the size of the Eiffel Tower. That is significant if you're looking at something for an environmental impact. I'm not going to replicate what a lot of other people have been saying today because you know your area so much better than I could possibly know it. But what I would like to ask you to do is learn from Vermont. Don't be Vermont. We are stuck with one landfill in our state. It has expanded exponentially. It will probably keep on expanding. And although you've just heard today that this landfill, this proposed landfill, will be closed in 38 years, that is inaccurate because even if the landfill no longer accepts garbage at that point, there will be leachate. That is the toxic juice that leaks from everything that is gathered in that landfill. It has to be processed, taken somewhere. If it leaks and you've already had a big spill in this area, it risks contaminating everything that you've got. Don't be Vermont. Practice the precautionary principle. Precautionary principle says, don't risk something if you cannot guarantee the outcome. And with the best will in the world, and I'm not saying that Casella doesn't fully intend to have state-of-the-art equipment, a state-of-the-art landfill. Landfills fail, linings fail, leachate trucks tip over, spills happen. That is your environment gone. That is the future of your grandchildren. There's an awful lot of gray heads in here.
it's not a coincidence. We're the ones who could take the time off today. The younger people have day jobs. They couldn't be here. It is important to schedule events like this when younger people can be here. There is a sign here that says, "Own your learning." Talking to the students in this school would be a really good idea. It is their future that's being risked here. So please don't be Vermont. Thank you.
I'll get as close as I can get. Oh, with my glasses. Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Boswell. I'm a resident of Whitefield. I'm a member of the Forest Lake Association, and I'm a member of Save Forest Lake. What I wish to share with you is what is from my heart. Our family history with Forest Lake began in 1944, when my mom and dad, Earl and Jane Boswell, met while roller skating at Newell's Casino. That night, they not only fell in love with each other, but with Forest Lake. They were married in 1949, and I was born in 1950. In 1961, they took a giant leap of faith and bought a second home, a camp on Forest Lake. To make their dream a reality, my parents rented the camp half of each summer. They were able to pay the mortgage and taxes with this method until the camp was paid off. My parents passed away 8 years ago. My siblings and I learned from Mommy and Daddy and have used their time-tested method for the last 7 years to pay for all of the upgrades to our home that we felt it needed and deserved. Each year we stand back and we look at the year's changes and we say, Mommy and Daddy would love this. They are still very much the rocks upon which we stand. We are now in our 5th generation of Boswells who dearly love our home on Forest Lake. Today, when we look around the lake, we see homes that are owned and enjoyed by families like ours who have been here for generations. Our childhood friends are now our adult neighbors. Last night on New Hampshire Chronicles, WMUR told a story about Lake Winnipesaukee. I watched, knowing that those residents felt about their homes and their neighbors and lake is what we on Forest Lake feel. We know and love our islands and our coves as they love theirs. Like those folks, we have hosted many weddings, birthdays, family, and neighborhood parties. I'm sure every lake homeowner in New Hampshire has known that feeling of joy and pride. On your way to this meeting, you no doubt drove through Whitefield. Well through the 1980s, our main street and common had many shops, pharmacies, bakeries, and other businesses. With the growth of Littleton as the business center of the North Country, Coos County has steadily lost more and more jobs and businesses to Littleton. If you were to park in downtown Whitefield at 5 a.m. on any morning, you would see how many people drive Route 116 to Littleton and back every day. The potential addition of 150 tractor trailer trucks full of trash added to this already crowded road is truly frightening. Imagine how much money the state of New Hampshire will need to spend to keep an already difficult road surface paved and safe. Whitefield, as we speak, is a struggling town. This unneeded and unwanted landfill would be a dagger straight to the ailing heart of my town. The North Country hosts thousands of tourists. They come here for many reasons. One of the reasons we hear a lot is to enjoy the fresh air, clean water, and the quiet of the great North Woods. If Casella is allowed to build this dump, what they will see when they come is a scarred land with mountains of trash and thousands of seagulls. These scavenger birds would feed at the dump and use Forest Lake to deposit their waste. Alder Brook and the Ammonoosuc River would not be spared from the damage this dump would bring. The Ammonoosuc, which is the drinking water source for several towns south of Littleton, has already suffered PFAS spills from the Casella landfill in Bethlehem. The odor from these mega dumps can travel for miles. Route 116 is well within that space. A very real result of this dump is the loss of many thousands of tax dollars of revenue to the state of New Hampshire in rooms and meals tax money. The loss of property tax money for the surrounding towns would be catastrophic to many homeowners. The properties with the highest taxed value in Whitefield are those around Forest Lake, on Kimball Hill, which overlooks the lake, and the Mountain View Road area. My last comment. I beg of you to do what you know in your hearts is right. Please help save the North Country and save Forest Lake from this unneeded and unwanted landfill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Wayne Morrison, and I am a resident and a taxpayer in Whitefield. I want to add my voice to the chorus of citizens testifying here today across this region and around the state that strongly oppose the landfill project in Dalton, specifically the destruction of 17 acres of wetlands, 5 vernal pools, and the clear cutting of 160 acres of forest. This proposed project may well align with the financial goals and interests of Casella and its shareholders, but it falls woefully short of providing any public benefit to the citizens of New Hampshire, and in particular, the residents of the North Country, who will fully bear the risks and impact, be they environmental, health, quality of life, or economic. More troubling, Casella plans to import up to 49% of the solid waste for the site from outside the borders of New Hampshire. That may be a good profitable business for Casella, but it is most certainly not a good deal for the citizens of New Hampshire, nor a plan New Hampshire DES should approve. Trading New Hampshire wetlands for Massachusetts or Connecticut trash is nothing short of a travesty. Citing a mega landfill in an environmentally sensitive area, a recreation and tourist destination with a thriving wildlife ecosystem next to Forest Lake State Park, Forest Lake, and the Ammonoosuc River is absolutely as bad an idea as it sounds. All the rationalizations, technology investments, and remediation plans that follow cannot overcome the simple fact that this is an inappropriate, in fact, terrible site for a dump. The destruction of wetlands, vernal pools, and woodlands would be the first step in an endless series of compromises that would only serve to degrade and ultimately destroy this pristine area. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And as my time is limited, I would like to share with you a few photographs that I hope will help capture and convey the essence of what is of such great value here and at such very high risk. With the help of my better half, the first photograph is of baby loons on Forest Lake this summer. Nesting loons and their offspring are a clear indication of a healthy, vibrant ecosystem. Clean, clear water, a thriving population of small fish, and a tranquil setting. The loons are highly discerning in selecting and protecting their habitat, and we should follow their lead.
But the ecosystem is fragile, and the loons and all the wildlife need your protection. The next photograph is from the public beach at Forest Lake State Park. This was taken on a weekday after the 4th of July and provides a window into the park's beauty and popularity with both local residents and tourists. There were about 30 vehicles in the parking lot that day, with about half from New Hampshire and half from out of state, mostly from Massachusetts. We welcome and encourage all our neighbors from out of state to visit and enjoy our parks, our lakes, and our rivers. But we are adamantly opposed to trading their visits for their trash. Our local residents and tourists need your protection. The final two photographs show a very different scene. The first is a look at a very busy and bustling image of Littleton's Main Street. Despite the pandemic, stores, restaurants, and small businesses are booming. Unlike so many other towns in the state and country, there are no empty shops or boarded up windows. The second photo is the view behind Main Street that captures the Ammonoosuc River literally running parallel and adjacent to it. The potential environmental and economic impact from polluting the Ammonoosuc River has catastrophic downstream ramifications. The Ammonoosuc River Business District in Littleton needs your protection. Casella's application for wetlands permit in Dalton assures the destruction of 17 acres of wetlands, 5 vernal pools, and 160 acres of clear-cut forests. It does so at great risk and with permanent detriment to the environment, to wildlife, to the health and well-being of citizens, tourists, and small businesses across the region, all without public benefit. Unless DES acts now, this process will only accelerate, with future expansions to fill up to 1,900 acres, and future generations will be left to ask, how did this happen? If ever there was a time for New Hampshire DES to stand up and be counted, the time is now. I ask you to recognize that this site is totally inappropriate for the planned development and to fulfill your duty and obligation to protect our health, our economy, and the natural environment. I ask you, I implore you to deny this wetlands permit. Thank you.
Nancy Camo, I'm a resident of Dalton and also the chair of the Dalton Conservation Commission. Okay, sorry. I really have a problem speaking as far as my voice going out there, so I apologize. All right, so did you get any of that? Okay, well, good. So what I'm going to talk about is some of our interaction in our efforts to do our due diligence with site visits through Casella and the landowner, or I'm not sure which is the landowner actually, but whether it be Casella or the Mr. Ingerson. So we indeed, as Joe said, that we did meet with Casella at one of our meetings. And then we set up that on November 2nd, we would do a site visit, and this is just the DCC members. So the folks that attended were DCC members included Corey St. Cyr, who was the chair. This again is November 2nd, 2020. So DCC members included Corey St. Cyr, who was the chair, Douglas Ingerson Jr., the vice president, Vanessa Hines Cardello, the secretary, Christine Roulard, David Threadberry, and myself, Nancy Camo. So at this time, the DCC had not yet retained a certified wetland scientist. We were a little slow to the game. We were guided on a walk of the general area of the chosen site, which included the 17 acres of wetland, and were able to ask Casella some basic questions, which they gladly answered. And that was about the extent of it. We were maybe there for a little over an hour. So then again, we in December did hire a certified wetland scientist, Jim McClammer, as the commission's wetlands consultant in December 2020. So we did another site visit, which was on January 8th. So Mr. McClammer, as the commission's wetlands consultant, and myself met at the proposed landfill site and were given an overview of the proposed GSL by visiting wetland areas, location of the first phase for the landfill, and Barry Keith fielded numerous questions from Mr. McClammer and shared maps of the site. The attendees on this particular site visit were DCC Vice Chair Douglas Ingerson, property owner and business owner of Chick Sand and Gravel, Joe Gay, Casella Compliance and Permitting Engineer, Casella Consultant Barry Keith, CWS BH Keith Associates, Casella Division Manager for Bethlehem Landfill Kevin Roy, DCC Secretary Vanessa Hines Cardello, girlfriend Kim Douglas, DCC Consultant Jim McClammer, CWS Connecticut Valley Environmental Services, and DCC member Nancy Camo. There was a significant amount of snow, which made it impossible on that site visit to do any kind of significant evaluation, such as wetland and upland vegetation, flora, fauna, and hydrology, and surface water distribution, flow regimes, and hydro periods, all necessary for an objective and informed evaluation of field conditions described in the wetland application submitted to NHDES in support of the proposed project. There was, at the end of this meeting, full agreement that it would be necessary to return in the spring during the growing season in order to obtain data previously mentioned. On April 27, 2021, and for clarification, the growing season generally starts in May. Am I right, Jim? May, and carries on through the summer, but the most important part of it is the part in May. So on April 27, 2021, the DCC sent a letter providing the landowner as well as the developer the dates of May 25th, May 26th, May 27th, May 28th, May 29th for a site visit in an email to both with no response. So the email was resent on May 10th. The Dalton Conservation Commission has been denied site access to the proposed Granite State landfill site by both the landowner, Douglas Ingerson Jr., via an email dated May 11, 2021, and the wetlands permit applicant, Casella Waste Systems, via email May 24th, 2021. Casella's regional vice president, Mr. Brian Oliver's denial letter was sent on May 25th, 2021, in which he said, at this time, it is not necessary for the DCC to visit the property a third time. which was a response to DCC stating the purpose and importance of the site visit to the property to access the site during the growing season. As a result, no site inspections have been able to take place during the growing season, which is a time when critical observations need to be made. Okay, so just let me repeat, what are we protecting? Some of the highest ranked habitat in New Hampshire, as well as the highest ranked habitat in the biological region, the North Country's enviable existing natural resources. Thank you.
It's okay. Hello, my name is Eileen Savage Creedon. My family and I have owned a home in Dalton on Forest Lake for over 30 years. We love the North Country. We cherish the clean air, the beauty, and the peace. I had initially prepared a talk for today about all the reasons this is a terrible project. I was prepared to cite specific reasons at length: the destruction of land, vernal ponds, woodlands, lakes, rivers, and wildlife. But there are people here today who have and will do that far better than I. This morning, I went down to the dock to swim. I looked around the pristine area. I thought about how lucky we are to have this pocket of beauty, the lake, the mountains, wildlife, and it seemed overwhelmingly obvious to me. Of course, this project does not make any sense. It's a terrible idea. Of course, this project should not be allowed. This project is unnecessary. This project will destroy, not protect, and enhance our environment. I understand that change and development are inevitable, but to consider industrial development in this area is a very poor choice. We are all coming off an incredibly difficult year. The pandemic has been a wake-up call about how precious and fragile life is. This is a time to pause, to be thoughtful about development. The mission of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services is to help sustain, not destroy, a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and the public health of New Hampshire. The protection and wise management of New Hampshire natural resources is the job of the DES. I ask you today, I plead with you today, to do your job, to do the right thing, to protect our natural resources, to protect the North Country, and to deny this wetlands permit. Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Tom Alt. I'm a native of the North Country. I live in Littleton, and I'm speaking as the chairman of the Littleton Conservation Commission. I want to read to you a letter that we have on file with the DES in regards to this project that we sent on January 11th, 2021. Dear Mr. Rennie, at our December 21st, 2020 meeting, the Littleton Conservation Commission reviewed and discussed the above wetlands permit application. At the same time, we reviewed correspondence from neighboring conservation commissions that they have submitted to your office to be included as part of this file. Since a major part of a New Hampshire Conservation Commission's responsibility is directed towards protection of wetlands, this letter is a response to that specific impact that the proposed project would have on the proposed project area. At the same time, we acknowledge the fact that the proposed project would seriously impact the local communities in socioeconomic and other ways. Although the actual footprint for the landfill would lie in Dalton, the land parcel involved extends into several adjacent towns, including Littleton. Actually, the entire Alder Brook drainage flows into Littleton from Dalton and merges with the Hatch Brook drainage, crosses the Bethlehem town line, flows under New Hampshire Route 116, and enters the Ammonoosuc River. Map and lot numbers, town line boundaries, we realize that none of this limits or affects the natural boundaries of wetlands or surface or subsurface flow. The wetland impact numbers for this proposed project are seriously large. 16 plus acres, 150 feet of perennial stream, 1,350 feet of intermittent stream, 5 vernal pools. In Littleton, the Conservation Commission has dealt with many wetland permits, and the fact remains that even with such tools as compensatory mitigation, permanently impacted wetlands are destroyed wetlands. And when a project such as a landfill is involved, the destruction can travel far outside the landfill's footprint. As found on the New Hampshire DES website, quote, the mission of the New Hampshire DES is to help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire. The protection and wise management of the state's environment are the main goals of the agency, and I'm going to say that again. The protection and wise management of the state's environment are the main goals of this agency. Also on the website, the Water Division is tasked with protecting the numerous lakes, ponds, and rivers in the state, as well as valuable groundwater. As Conservation Commissioners and as citizens of New Hampshire, we concur with these mission statements that the New Hampshire DES has set as their directive. The Littleton Conservation Commission strongly opposes the approval of the landfill project and proposes that New Hampshire DES abide by its own mission statement to deny this project. Three things have been placed in the crosshairs due to this situation. Number one, the credibility of this agency and its state leadership. Number two, the public trust in this agency and its state leadership. And number three, our North Country identity. Denying this permit will reaffirm these invaluable assets, allowing this project to move forward, and you can take your credibility, your public trust, and your North Country identity and send it to the dump.
Stephen Walker. Rory Boswell. Please come down and go ahead.
I'm Rick Wright. I'm a 40-year resident of Forest Lake, a New Hampshire native, born in Nashua, grew up in Hollis, raised my family in Salem, and for the last 12 years have lived in Whitefield, where over 40 years I have built my retirement home on the beautiful Forest Lake. The landfill will have a cataclysmic impact on me, my family, and neighbors. It will be in my direct line of sight from my lakeside view, less than a mile from my home. It will be an eyesore. I will suffer from constant noise, odor, rodents, scavenger birds, water contamination, and loss of value in my property. But the real regional wetland impacts far exceed the identified 17 acres. As the landfill develops and matures, the impacted watershed will grow to include Alder Brook wetlands, the Ammonoosuc River, Forest Lake State Park, Forest Lake itself, and downstream wetlands. Truck traffic will not only erode safety on local roads, it will also impact all the surrounding wetlands and watersheds. However, our immediate threat is the perfect storm created by the landfill proximity to a lake. Swarms of scavenger birds, mostly seagulls, will appear and crap over the entire region, contaminating the lake and entire watershed. These rodents will spread garbage and transmit disease. Bird droppings containing high levels of nitrogen and phosphorus will cause rapid growth of algae, leading to depletion of oxygen in lake water, killing our fish, making the water cloudy and unsafe. I call on the DES to not only hold landfill development to strict regulations, but uphold their mission and protect the quality of life of all New Hampshire citizens by denying this wetlands application. Now, that concludes my statement. I have a statement also from the office, from the Town of Whitefield Selectmen. It's addressed to the New Hampshire DES, and it goes like this. Ladies and gentlemen, these comments are submitted pursuant to the application. I'm not going to give you the number. The residents of Whitefield have expressed grave concerns about the proposed site for a solid waste landfill so close to our municipal boundary. These concerns were exemplified by the near unanimous adoption of a warrant article opposing the proposed landfill at the 2020 town meeting. We believe that the proposed landfill poses significant negative impacts to our community. While our worries are many, we acknowledge that the focus of this hearing is to gather comments regarding impacts to wetlands, surface and groundwater, and site selection. Within this context, we offer the following comments. First, none of the wetlands lie within the town of Whitefield. We believe, although they don't lie in Whitefield, we believe it is a tragedy to disturb or destroy these sensitive ecological systems that are so important to a healthy forest ecosystem. The forests in our region are a mecca for our outdoor recreation and play a vital role in our local economy. Physical and visual disturbances of a pristine environment detract from the attraction to our area. We ask the New Hampshire DES to require the applicant to revisit their site selection criteria and reconsider sites that are less impactful to sensitive wetlands in our recreational economy. Second, we are ill-equipped to validate the applicant's reported findings regarding the groundwater examinations surrounding the site, and similarly, the validity of the stated long-term integrity of the landfill liner and systems proposed to prevent the movement of leachate into the environment. Given this site's close proximity to Forest and Burns Lake, as well as private drinking water wells, we urge the New Hampshire DES to undertake an independent expert examination of groundwater movement and landfill engineering design to validate the applicant's assertions. Third, we applaud the applicant's intent to create a recycling center downstate that will remove material from the waste stream and reduce carbon emissions. However, we believe, I'm almost done. However, we believe that it is important to highlight that the fact that the vast majority of the waste is generated from large population centers from the proposed. Subsequently, the movement of the waste by truck over long distances will discharge significant carbon emissions and diesel exhaust into the atmosphere. Whitefield will experience more than its fair share of pollution from the 90+ tractor trailers projected to move through our village each day on their way to and from the landfill. We ask the DES to require a full and transparent accounting of the environmental impact relative to the transportation activity. And again, we ask the New Hampshire DES require the applicant to revisit. We appreciate the opportunity to submit these comments. Respectfully, Board of Selectmen, Peter Corey, Sean White, and John Thorne.
Good evening, everyone.
I have a second, Stephen Walker on the list.
He will not be here.
Okay. Is it two or is it just one Stephen Walker?
That is correct. Yep. So
Good evening, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Tom Tower, representing North Country Alliance for Balance Change. Before I say anything more, I think we need to get a clear understanding of the magnitude of what's at stake here. This is the largest proposed destruction of wetlands in the last 10 years in the state of New Hampshire, and as stated before, 7 times larger than that of the failed Northern Pass. Let me also remind everyone that the overall proposed site is a green space of forest, wetlands, and vibrant wildlife in an area the size of Forest Lake. Today, our group includes volunteers, supporters, and friends who number in the thousands. The great majority are New Hampshire citizens. We are the people whose high quality of life, environment, and public health are threatened by Casella's plan to destroy our local wetlands and vernal pools and endanger our larger water bodies with the kinds of accidents, mechanical failures, and inadequate oversight that recently resulted in a 154,000-gallon leachate spill at the facility in Bethlehem. And it's not just our direct supporters for whom I speak. It's all of the North Country towns, conservation commissions, businesses, and agencies that have come out in formal opposition to this outrageous proposal. We are the people DES's mission speaks of when we hear your sworn duty. And it's been said multiple times. I don't need to repeat it, but I think you guys understand what your sworn duty is. In short, and respectfully, we ask today that you do your job as your mission describes it. And we also have to ask why you have called us all together at this time. We ask this first because the application is incomplete and particularly lacking the local applications and approvals that are required, applications long overdue in Dalton and Bethlehem. We also ask why we are here because we worry that your hearing, quite honestly, is mere tokenism. We fear this because we've observed Bethlehem citizens attempt to end Casella's long tenure in their town, time after time, often thwarted by DES approvals. It makes us ask, what is the purpose of public hearings if the overwhelming preponderance of testimony to DES is not honored in your decisions? In addition, we observe non-compliance issues, violations, deficiencies, and the ridiculous lawsuits Casella relies on to renege on agreements with host towns. We ask, how much bad behavior do you need before you cry out with so many of us here today, enough? Enough of Casella in New Hampshire with its shoddy record of compliance, outrageous amounts of out-of-state trash, and its inevitable, irremediable pollution. Are you guys here for the permit applicant, or are you here for us? We fear that you've been compromised by the lack of funds and lack of personnel in your agency. Are you really able to act as the Department of Environmental Services that we expect and require for our protection? We need your judicious treatment. The consistent outrage throughout our region is something you cannot ignore. The only solid waste crisis in the state of New Hampshire is Casella's, not ours. Mike Winsat said in Senate testimony that New Hampshire has no crisis in landfill capacity. Beyond that, the state of New Hampshire's Solid Waste Management RSA Section 149-M11 outlines that, I quote, the general court declares that it is the purpose of this chapter to ensure benefit to the citizens of New Hampshire by providing for solid waste management options which will meet the capacity needs of the state while minimizing adverse environmental, public health, and long-term economic impacts, unquote. There is no mention of managing out-of-state waste in that passage. Further, we are at the crux with this project. It is a wake-up call and an opportunity to pause and rethink waste management in New Hampshire before we do something stupid and irreparable. In closing, please note that NCABC previously provided the scientific and engineering analysis necessary to deny this permit. Its omissions and inadequacies are detailed in documents submitted to DES by certified New Hampshire wetlands and hydrology experts. The resounding message to you our DES officials is clear. This is a permit to be denied both because of well-founded and strident public opposition and the many deficiencies exposed by reputable professional analysts. May your common sense and your duty to safeguard the public good prevail. Deny this permit and stop this egregious proposal now. Thank you. And one quick thing, it's been a long day. North Country Alliance for Balanced Change, Save Forest Lake, and also Forest Lake Association have some snacks out there if anybody is interested. Thank you. Thank you.
Dudley, Stephanie, and Swan.
Good afternoon. My name is Laurie Boswell. I'm a lifelong resident of Northern New Hampshire, born in Littleton and now residing in Franconia. My father was born and raised in Whitefield, and in the early 1960s, my parents purchased a camp on Forest Lake. I learned to swim, water ski, and kayak on Forest Lake. Our family home is situated directly across from the proposed landfill. There are reasons enough for me to oppose the Dalton landfill. However, I would like to offer 4 reasons why permit 2020-02239 should be denied. Number 1, D is for DES. The mission of the DES is to help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire. I submit that a landfill planning to destroy minimally 17 acres of wetlands, along with 5 vernal pools, is not in line with the mission of DES, nor the mission of the Wetlands Bureau. DES's current waste management plan is not current. It was written in April 2003 and relied upon recommendations from the 1999 Solid Waste Task Force. The 4th goal in the plan is to assure disposal capacity for New Hampshire. The task force recommended, among other things, limiting imported solid waste to extend the use of existing capacity. Casella is an out-of-state corporation and has stated that 49% of the waste for the proposed Dalton landfill would be from out of state. DES must deny the permit. It does not align with its own mission, and the solid waste management plan must be updated to comply with the law. Number 2, E, for expansion. Many of the for-profit landfills are expansions of what were originally municipal landfills. Once private solid waste corporations take ownership of a municipal dump, expansion is almost certain to occur. Turnkey in Rochester is comprised of 3 landfills covering more than 1,300 acres, and it began accepting waste in 1979. 42 years later, they are seeking yet another expansion of 59 acres. NCES in Bethlehem, operated by Casella since 1996, has received another permit for a vertical and lateral expansion, even though a majority of Bethlehem's residents oppose the NCES landfill. Mount Trashmore, also known as Mount Casella, can be seen as you drive through the White Mountain National Forest. The proposed landfill next to pristine Forest Lake has 3 planned phases over a period of 40 years. In a letter dated March 17 this year to DES in response to a question of future expansions of the proposed landfill and the impact on surrounding wetlands and surface waters on the site, Casella said, quote, GES does not contemplate an expansion of the facility beyond phase 3. Really? No future expansions are contemplated? I haven't contemplated my dinner, but I assure you it will happen. DES must deny the permit for a landfill that would certainly seek expansions, destroying and endangering additional wetlands, vernal pools, and pristine forest land. Number 3, N, for need. In the most recent DES biennial solid waste report dated October 2019, the annual tonnage of waste in our landfills increased from 2015 to 2018, while the percentage of in-state sources decreased from 53 to 51%. If this trend continues, and there is no reason to believe that it won't, the percent of out-of-state waste in the proposed Dalton landfill will be greater than 49%. New Hampshire does not have a critical crisis with disposal of New Hampshire waste. Casella has a critical crisis with out-of-state waste. What the citizens of New Hampshire need is for the DES and the Wetlands Board to protect, maintain, and enhance the environmental quality in New Hampshire and to regulate impacts to those areas wherever the tide ebbs and flows or freshwater flows or stands. DES must deny the permit for a landfill that is not in alignment with your mission and is not imminently needed to address in-state solid waste. Number 4, years. In the letter previously mentioned, Casella states, by any objective scientific measure, the landfill will have no adverse impact on commerce, recreation, or aesthetics with respect to Forest Lake or the Ammonoosuc. End quote. Really?
Good afternoon. My name is JoBeth Dudley, and I'm the chair of the Dalton Select Board and a resident of Dalton, New Hampshire. At this time, I note that emergency temporary zoning has been enacted by the people of Dalton. Under this zoning ordinance, a special exception zoning application is required for this project. No zoning application has been submitted for the proposed Granite State landfill project. We request that all permit application review processes be suspended pending compliance with the local zoning ordinance and pending local zoning approvals. I note for the record that Dalton Legal Counsel provided Casella with a special exception zoning application form on January 14th of this year. The citizens of Dalton should be assured of the appropriate and required review of a zoning special exception application by their Dalton Zoning Board before this DES review of this project proceeds further. I ask for clarification of the different regulatory requirements between the DES Wetlands Bureau and the DES Solid Waste Division. On January 1st, Jamie Colby of the DES Solid Waste Division announced that the related Granite State Landfill Solid Waste Permit Application Review has been suspended because the application is incomplete. Many of the deficiencies noted include inadequate data regarding wetlands, natural resources, and hydrogeological structure. As a layperson, it appears that many of the issues and deficiencies noted also apply to the wetlands permit application. As a select board member, we request that the application review process be suspended until the citizens of Dalton can be assured of the appropriate and required review of a zoning special exception application by the Dalton Zoning Board, and until the citizens of Dalton can be assured of a thorough and independent assessment by the Dalton Conservation Commission, including site inspection with their experts during the spring growing season. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Stephanie Weiner, and I am a resident and taxpayer in Lancaster. I am strongly opposed to the proposed landfill project in Dalton and Bethlehem. The mission of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, which we've discussed before today, your mission, is to help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire. It bears repeating. The protection and wise management of New Hampshire's environment are the main goals of NHDES. As a citizen of New Hampshire who resides here in the North Country, I ask you to take this mission personally as I do, as personally as all the other residents here today. Please protect and wisely manage environmental resources such as Forest Lake State Park and New Hampshire's North Country. From the NHDES Wetlands website, New Hampshire's wetlands, streams, and lakes offer natural beauty and recreational opportunities for residents, businesses, and visitors. New Hampshire's wetland resources are important for flood control, water quality, water storage, and recharge for both ground and surface waters. With the expected increase in frequency and severity of storms associated with climate change, which we recently witnessed in other parts of the country, these functions are even more critical. The proposed landfill in Dalton will destroy nearly 17 acres of wetland and 160 acres of forest. It has the potential for disastrous environmental consequences to the areas beyond its borders. And it will compromise our water supply. It will destroy fish and wildlife habitats. It will introduce dangerous toxic chemicals into our pristine environment. It will bring more than 100 trash hauling trucks barreling through our quiet towns, and to make our communities increasingly vulnerable to catastrophic hazardous leachate spills. And may I remind you that it took Casella 2 days to discover its 154,000 gallon hazardous leachate spill at its Bethlehem landfill just 2 months ago. That is a strong indication Casella is not capable of operating yet another landfill. Casella, not the North Country, needs this landfill in order to find a home for 468,000 tons of garbage, 49% of which will come from out of state every year. The North Country is not New England's trash receptacle. And this is not the future we want to leave behind for our children. I strongly urge the NHDES to do what is right for our community and our state. Deny Casella's wetland permit for its proposed landfill in Dalton, adjacent to Forest Lake State Park. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tamala Swan, member of the Dalton Select Board and Dalton resident. The following is in response to the request for comments for today's public hearing on the wetlands permit application submitted by the Granite State Landfill. The Dalton Select Board cannot support approval of this wetlands permit application until the following issues are resolved. The Dalton Conservation Commission was denied site access with their wetlands expert during the spring growing season. We ask that the permit review process be suspended until the Dalton Conservation Commission and their experts are allowed on the property during the spring growing season, when it is possible to do a complete and thorough assessment of the property, including wetlands and vernal pools, to assess the impact, potential impact to aquatic and natural resources, and to study the hydrogeology of the property. The Dalton Conservation Commission and their wetlands expert was granted a site visit in January of 2021 when the ground was frozen and under snow. At that time and subsequently, it was discussed and agreed that another site visit would be necessary in the spring growing season. The The select board believes that this visit is essential for the DCC to provide a comprehensive analysis of the property in respect to the wetlands permit application and the proposed landfill project. As an elected representative for the citizens of Dalton, I ask that this issue is addressed before any other permit activity, to assure the citizens of Dalton that there will be an independent and thorough assessment of the property by the Dalton Conservation Commission with their wetlands experts. Thank you for your consideration.
So at this time, I'm going to call for a 15-minute recess to reconvene promptly at 5:30. I would say if you would like, you can, if any of you have prepared statements, you can deliver those once in writing, and also provide statements on the yellow forms. So can't do that as well.
Excuse me.
No. But I did find the case.
For those of you on the remote meeting, this is Phil Trovers, the presiding officer. We're going to be taking a 15-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 5:30. Yeah, right.
Testing.
Check one, check two. Check one, check two. All right. All right, folks, we're gonna get going again. So please take your seats. And those of you who are on the remote access, we're gonna get going. Talk closer to the mic. Okay, this is Phil Trowbridge, presiding officer. We're gonna get going again. And I think I'd take this moment for those of you who are on the remote access to know that while we're doing this public in-person testimony, my microphone is muted except just to call the next speaker or to notify the speaker that their 5 minutes is up. So I think there's been some questions about not hearing me. What am I saying? So that's all that I'm saying. It works better with our sound system to not have my microphone on so we don't get feedback. Okay, so I'd like to call the next speakers, Heidi Trimarco and Fred Anderson. So is Heidi Trimarco? Okay. And Fred Anderson. Okay, so hi. Yeah, we'll have them come in. Okay, thank you. All right. Right. Let's get this nice and close. There we go. All right.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Trimarco. I'm a staff attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation. And CLF is here to urge DES to deny Casella's wetland permit application. We will be submitting written comments and I'll just be summarizing those quickly today. As you've heard many times already today, this project will result in the permanent destruction of over 17 acres of wetlands and the destruction of 5 vernal pools. These are major permanent wetland impacts that can and should be avoided. The proposed project would have the largest amount of aquatic resource impacts of any project in the state for at least the past 10 years. The project will result in impacts to the Alderbrook Wetlands Complex, the Ammonoosuc River. The destruction of these wetlands and vernal pools will have significant impacts on groundwater recharge, groundwater quality, and the surface water quality of surrounding wetlands and water bodies. As you've heard many times today, the applicant has not provided the necessary baseline information needed related to the hydrogeological conditions at the site. More information is needed for the baseline data, including information regarding the wetlands, the hydrogeological studies, indirect impacts, impacts to wildlife habitat, and access needs to be provided to the Dalton Conservation Commission, as you've heard many times, access during the growing season. DES and the applicant need to do a better consideration of appropriate alternatives to the site, including alternatives sites that have less wetland impacts. Importantly, before considering this application or any landfill permit applications, DES needs to engage in necessary state solid waste planning. Per statute, DES is charged with creating the state solid waste plan and updating that plan every 6 years. DES, by their admission, has not updated that plan since 2003. DES continues to rely on this grossly outdated state plan to issue solid waste permits and expansion permits again and again and again. An updated state solid waste plan would put a focus on other legislative mandates, including the state waste reduction goal, which charged that the state had to reduce our amount of solid waste by 40% by the year 2000. We are 20 years past that deadline, over 20 years. And DES is charged with enforcing the state solid waste management hierarchy, which clearly lists landfilling as the least preferred form of solid waste management. An updated plan would take us away from landfilling, which the legislature has said is the landfilling is the solid waste management last resort. DES needs to explore other methods of managing our solid waste. DES needs to engage in this mandatory state solid waste planning, including, as I said, prioritizing alternatives to landfilling
before permitting this enormous new landfill that will operate for many decades into the future, with likely several expansions beyond the 38 years, and result in the permanent and avoidable destruction of over 17 acres of wetlands. CLF asks DES to deny the wetlands permit application. Thank you.
Speaker, and after that, Tom Bennett and Paul Diano.
Thank you. My name is Fred Anderson. Thanks for the opportunity to testify against this proposed landfill in Dalton. You've heard many perspectives today. I bring you one you have not yet heard from. That's as a Presbyterian minister, writer, theologian, and ethicist for almost 50 years. That means expect a sermon. The psalmist proclaims the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. It then asks, who shall ascend the hill of the Lord to stand in God's presence? And it answers, those who have clean hands, those who have a pure heart, those who have not sworn deceitfully. That's what I'm here to talk to you about. First, this is about more than trash. It's about more than Casella. It's about what the three Abrahamic religions call the stewardship of God's creation and the demands that place upon all of us. More appropriate to this hearing, it's about the water, the ecology, the biological life you at DES have been charged to protect on behalf of the people of New Hampshire. Has it occurred to you that if you wanted to create a plan for the devastation, pillaging, and destruction of the ecology of the habitat of North Country of New Hampshire, you could do nothing better than to approve this permit, because that's what approval will do. You've heard about the acres of forest to be clear cut, destruction of vernal pools, endangered species. I don't need to repeat that. The applicant has insisted there's no danger to the pristine waters of Forest Lake because there is this topographical ridge between the proposed landfill and the lake. That deceitfully ignores the fact that Forest Lake is largely filled by subterranean water sources. Do you have subterranean water flow test data from this applicant? And do you have other subterranean water tests from applicants that are not under Casella's employ? We have seen none, nor any evidence of it at the lake. Only the inferential assumption and the applicant's mocking reminder that water does not flow uphill. Well, indeed, it does not on the surface, but as we've already heard, subterranean water can flow uphill as well into aquifers, especially in fractured granite. And this is the Granite State. Regardless, the landfill surface water will flow down the hill from the proposed site through the Alderbrook watershed and wetlands into the Ammonoosuc. Approval of this permit would create not 2, but 3 landfills on the Ammonoosuc within 8 miles of one another. The one in Bethlehem, the shut down one right on the Ammonoosuc in Littleton, and this proposed one. Approximately 8 miles from one another. What kind of madness is this? And the potential for leakage into the water resources of Littleton, Lisbon, Bath, and Woodsville, all people who rely upon their well water. Now, we've been told that if you deny this permit, it will surely result in lawsuits. That is, after all, precisely the applicant's history when denied what it wants. The legal system is used to bully townships, even individuals, into submission and silence. Ask the people of Bethlehem about that. Ask John Swan about that. Ask me about that. Ask the so-called 20 Forest Lake no defendants about that. The applicant is so litigious, it sues people whose names it does not even know and attempts to bully them into silence on the dangers of this project. But even if this permit is granted, it will not stop the lawsuits. lawsuits from individuals, associations, state and national that you've heard from here today in this room. Among the many things that means for DES is that every step, every I must be dotted, every T must be crossed in your impressive and your expansive permit application. And if it's not, you had best deny it. Or you must show that this is truly in the best interest of the people of New Hampshire and in accord with your mission statement, which we've quoted back to you too many times today, so I won't. But it's not in accord with some bogus landfill crisis in our state. DES already knows that there is no landfill crisis in the state except for the applicant who needs some place to dump out-of-state trash. Third, this is about the integrity the psalmist speaks of, the integrity of the promise, the integrity of the applicant, the integrity of we who testify to you against this project, the integrity of your agency. In the 3 years I've been working on this, I've learned far more about trash than I want to. I'm almost done. In the 3 years I've worked on this, I've learned more about trash than I've ever wanted to know. But I've also come to know some people who are working desperately on the environment and trash management. And I've come to know that there's word on the street that waste industry controls you and controls the state. And we learned that in the state when the Senate trashed House Bill 177. I'm telling you, that's the word on the street. It's not my allegation, but I am encouraging you to show some integrity in this entire process. This is about the care of creation. We've all been given trust about the role for caring for water, wetlands, and the many kinds of life it supports. It's about having clean hands and pure hearts and no deceit. You have the power and the authority to stop this rapacious environmental madness. I pray you do so. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Bennett. I live in Whitefield and I'm with the Save the Forest Lake Society. Tough act to follow after Fred, that's for sure. Let me first begin by focusing on your mission statement as it sets the course for NHDES to follow while evaluating proposal for a new landfill in Dalton. Quote, the mission statement of the NHDES is to help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire. Look at these words. They mean something to me. Protect, restore, environment, public health. I taught for my entire life, 37 years, and those are key words. I believe we don't even need to be here today, for your decision is an easy one, to reject the Casella application for a landfill because it cannot meet these criteria. In fact, this proposed landfill may not even be necessary, as some research proves New Hampshire has adequate landfill capacity far into the future, beyond 2040. But if constructed, it should be situated in a less ecological delicate position, one that is removed from large population region and a beautiful state park in Forest Lake, only 190 feet away from it, that hosts over 130 residences and serves the needs of local citizens and visiting tourists to recreate. Now, because we have limited time, I'll leave details of specific impacts of this proposed landfill to other speakers. They've done a great job so far. I will focus on an area that is important, underground water flow or hydrogeology. I'm not an expert in it. I was trained as a historian. That's what I taught for many years. But a major concern of all residents in the area is the fear of lactate pollution escaping from the possible landfill. Why? Why are they afraid? Simply because landfills leak. In fact, the United States Environmental Protection Agency states, quote, barriers will fail. Say it again, barriers will fail. This can occur anywhere from day one throughout the life of a landfill. Moreover, once the 30 to 50-year cycle of a landfill ends, leakage problems will remain. The Conservation Law Foundation reminds us that residents living near a closed landfill will, quote, have to deal with the fallout from the landfill for the rest of their lives. Contaminated drinking water, lingering odors, and leaks just don't disappear just because the trucks stop dumping waste there, unquote. By the way, this August 2017 statement was in reference to a suit brought by them against Casella's operations in Southbridge, Massachusetts, that ultimately led to the firm shutting down the landfill. But too bad and too late for local residents, for at least 88 family wells were contaminated and one stream was polluted. So we have a potential time bomb on our hands with the proposed landfill, one that will result in multi-generational problems, including contaminated water and polluted Forest Lake and local residents' wells being polluted. Witness a situation in Connecticut where the Connecticut Resource Recovery Authority was just granted $750,000 to clean up damage to their now closed dumps, including, I quote, sources of groundwater and drinking water contamination. Special note, who will now accept the so-called rejected garbage from Connecticut and also Massachusetts as they're closing their dumps down? I have a funny feeling where it might go. We don't want to become the wastebasket for the rest of New England. But one more word on water contamination. Well, I was a college historian in the New Jersey State University system. I was always interested in our environment. That's called environmental history. And teaching a course on the history of New Jersey, where I had to focus closely on contamination from old industrial sites, landfill sites, and so on like that, found some interesting information. One community, very upper class, middle class community with a direct train link right into New York City. Lots of very rich real estate people live there, stockbrokers and so on. That they pride themselves on maintaining a clean environment. And all of a sudden, they had to shut down 2 of their 5 wells in town. These wells provided water for the entire town. Now, where did the pollution come from? No one knew. Groundwater contamination. Round Valley Reservoir, the largest reservoir in the state, was getting polluted. Where? Well, this time we knew. And it was from several new homes' septic tanks, brand new septic tanks, about a quarter mile up a hillside. 4 or 5 homes. Oh, okay. And then finally, I will skip up a little bit. So even groundwater contamination can occur from simply something in septic tanks that are not functioning well. So in other words, what does all this mean for a decision making about this possible landfill? First, we have to recognize all landfills leak. Second, we can't accept Casella's contention that any runoff from a landfill will flow down towards the Ammonoosuc River 1,000 feet away. That's bad enough based on what I just told you. But to conclude, it's time to revisit the key mission words of NHDES: protect, restore environment and public health in relation to Casella's landfill. Failure to block Casella's proposal will show that you, the committee, are not adhering to your mission statement, that the legislature, and especially the Senate, which rejected, which rejected House Bill 177 out of hand, may be opposed to it. And I'm very sorry to say, Governor Sununu, who also appears to this point, at least based on newspaper reports, quote, uninformed on the issue and uncaring about the North Country's concerns, despite numerous attempts by citizens, many of you in here, myself included, who contacted him. In any case, I hope that the committee listens to our words and hears what we're saying and follow your mission statement. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Paul Damiano. My wife Janet and I built a log cabin at 513 Forest Lake over 30 years ago. Literally, we drove all the nails. We're very concerned about the proposed landfill, obviously, and that's why we're here tonight. And I want to start my comments in just a moment, but just a heads up. You know, when you present this late in the program, pretty much everything I'm going to say, you've already heard in one shape or another. But, you know, just the play goes on. Anyhow, I went to the NHDES Wetlands mission statement, and that is right off the website: to protect, maintain, and enhance the environmental quality in New Hampshire through the powers set forth in RSA 482-A, to regulate impacts to those areas wherever the tide ebbs and flows, or freshwater flows or stands. I mean, that's what that's what the Westland thing's all about. I wanted to speak for one reason in particular,
And that is that Janet, my wife, and I are concerned about the potential. Well, it's probably not a potential. It's probably more like the probable negative environmental impacts this proposed landfill will have on the environment. Local lakes like Forest Lake, like Burns Pond, the Ammonoosuc River. I mean, it can have a negative impact on a lot of the water that's flowing in this state. That's the number one reason. Number two, I don't think when I say we, everybody in this room is probably, there's nobody here that can really fathom the impact on our road system of over 100 round trips per day of trash haulers bringing in, some of it is out-of-state trash that'll be buried here in the North Country. Anyone that regularly drives Route 116 between Whitefield, of course, you got to get through a little intersection in Whitefield before you can even get on it, which is not easy on a good day. But the Route 116 between Whitefield and the proposed landfill site entrance will agree. The wood haulers on that route, they're already on that route and they already cause severe traffic issues, you know, like during the morning rush and during the evening rush. I mean, we can be backed up, you know, down to the Dunkin' Donuts. You can be backed up all the way to the top of the hill before you can even get to the intersection. I don't know how Whitefield's going to deal with that if this goes through. And that's why one of the reasons I hope it doesn't go through. My wife and I actually cannot come up with a single good reason why a landfill that requires attacking, dredging, filling 17 acres of our treasured wetlands, and then on top of that, clearing 160 acres of virgin forest land, how is that good for protecting the environment? And, you know, we look to you guys, you know, you're the ones that are going to be the one protecting us and protect the environment and go back to the, you know, your mission statement. That's what you've been charged with. In addition to the in addition to the immediate negative environmental impacts that we've all talked about of the proposed landfill plan, is the fact that this project could and likely will begin to sprawl out in the years to come. I think Rick Wright brought that up, was the first guy to bring that one up in his presentation. You know, landfills, they never stay the same size. They don't get smaller, they get bigger. And as they get bigger, this project could be in the hundreds of acres of additional, literally hundreds of acres of additional virgin forest and more wetlands adjacent to that proposed site are going to be impacted, you know, down the road. I don't know whether it's that 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, whatever the number is, but I think if we get a landfill in there, I guarantee you it's going to grow. I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't agree with that. We have great concerns about the negative impact on the water quality at Forest Lake, Burns Pond, and ultimately the Ammonoosuc River of the birds that frequent all landfills. You've all been to a landfill and seen it just swarming with birds. I can't think of a better way to put this other than to be totally blunt and just say hundreds of birds pooping in these delicate bodies of water could actually result in shutting down a lot of the recreation near these precious waters, you know, due to algae breakouts and fecal E. coli and stuff like that. I mean, it's you know, that many birds is a lot of birds that close. And we're talking just, you know, like a mile or two. We're not talking like 5 or 8 miles away. We're talking these birds are going to be close to Forest Lake and Burns Pond for sure. So as your mission statement spells out, the DES, you know, should and will regulate the impacts to those areas wherever the tide ebbs and flows or freshwater flows or stands. And that's what we're talking about here. So in closing, I'll just say one thing. Many of us here have a lot of celebrity type people that we admire. One of mine happens to be Bill Belichick. And his famous words to all of his players are, do your job, deny the permit.
Then Scott Armstrong.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming today. I'm Representative Thompson from District 1 in Coos County, one of the co-sponsors of House Bill 177. Appreciate the applause. I don't get it. I also will say I'm one of the 3 people foolish enough to wear a sport coat. Don't do that again. Everything's been said here that you've all been saying since this all started. We said it in the legislature. The House of Representatives voted 3 times to show that their opinion was that these things should not be happening in New Hampshire. The last vote was 333 to 33. I came down during the recess and I thanked all these folks for coming. This is a late night for them. They're state employees. They're doing a job that we all hired them to do. In the end, I think that they'll do their job to the best of their ability, but they'll do it within the confines of the law. And through all the testimony here today, all the letters that are written, all the written testimony, the bottom line is here, if we're going to prevent this landfill and other landfills, we need to do it by changing the law. The only way to do that is through the legislature and the Senate. We got the support in the legislature this time. We didn't get the support in the Senate. I can't tell you why. Senator Hennessy is here. Maybe she can tell you why. But we're going to come back with another bill in the next session, and we're going to put some sort of limits on where these landfills can be placed. Don't get me wrong. I understand we need landfill capacity. We all produce trash every day, and it does have to go somewhere. I think there are much more environmentally responsible sites to site these landfills in. And I hope that the Casella organization can find one other than Dalton and any that are not within a mile or two of a state park. We have one thing we sell in this state, well, other than liquor. We sell tourism. We get $5.5 billion a year from tourism, and landfills spread out across the state are not going to help. It's not our fault that Massachusetts is at their landfill capacity. It's not our fault that Connecticut and Rhode Island and any of the other states are at landfill capacity. It's our fault if we allow all of that trash to continue to come to New Hampshire. I'm going to be the one guy that's not going to run over, because if I don't get out of here in this sport coat, I'm not going to make it out. Again, thank you all for coming. Moreover, I want to thank you for being respectful through this whole thing. I know that emotions run very high on this, and you've done a great job. You really have. And I'm sure that the folks from the state appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, then Robin Lamont and Mary Menzies. Please come down if I call your name.
Greetings, everybody. I'm Sarah Doucette, a resident of Whitefield. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate for the denial of this permit today. Please imagine that you are speaking from where I stand. Your great-great-grandparents lived and died in Whitefield. Their family life, professions, heartaches, and pleasures played out among these forests and wetlands. One of your forebears actually owned some of the woodland in question in this permit. Today, you are a grandparent watching the seventh generation in your known lineage, delighting in the life that has been shared here, parent to child, since the early 1800s. With gratitude, you are committed to protecting the superb quality of life you have enjoyed and expect to carry forward. That is the backstory of my testimony about the specter of a landfill that can devastate our countryside, waters, community life, and degrade the entire region. This prospect is egregious and entirely unacceptable. Further, such a travesty is clearly contrary to the mission of your agency, pledged to defend our environment, health, and quality of life. I stand to attest the permit in question is poorly supported, given the omissions and deficiencies of the application. There is no need for more landfill capacity in New Hampshire now. Casella's projections about a deficiency are inaccurate and self-serving. There is no mandate to accept out-of-state trash in New Hampshire's RSA on public benefit. and Casella is not worthy of further expansion in New Hampshire with its abysmal record of violations and duplicity in Bethlehem and other communities. I will focus primarily on the water and wetland issues in play for a homeowner near this Dalton dump site. Hydrogeologic study of the site is limited to test wells close to the surface. In the bedrock fractures under the site, groundwater flows at a notably fast rate, 9.5 feet per day, if the data from Casella is correct. If I have a deep well with a high yield, I am concerned about the larger, deeper, more regional fracture system. If test wells are 10 feet into bedrock and my well is at 500 feet, as many are in this area, studies to date only looked at 2% of my aquifer. With a volume of 25 gallons a minute, contamination getting into shallow bedrock could get into my well quickly. The applicant notes there are unstudied regional fractures in the area. If there is contamination of our neighborhood wells, how will we access clean water? Who pays for alternatives, if alternatives are even possible? We recall the awful situation in Southbridge, Massachusetts, where scores of wells were contaminated near a Casella landfill. There was great expense and controversy about who was responsible. Our homes are rural. Municipal water systems are miles away. Do we risk being driven out of our homes by contaminated water? What about the rich habitat and wildlife presence in the Alderbrook wetlands? No comprehensive wetlands evaluation or comprehensive wildlife habitat impact studies have been completed. How will groundwater flows feeding the area wetlands be changed by landfill construction? The Ammonoosuc River will be further in jeopardy beyond the insults already documented upstream at NCES. Studies of the significant spill there in early May do not even look for PFAS and other newly discovered toxic threats because of a permit technicality. How is it that we have so little protection and still speak of siting another potentially disastrous dump above the same river? What about the purity of well water at Forest Lake State Park and the certainty of burgeoning seagull populations following the water, grass, beach, and buildings there? Some of Casella's principals told me in 2019 that the gulls would be a challenging problem in Dalton. The Dalton Conservation Commission has not been allowed to do a site visit in the growing season. Neighbors have actually asked for meetings with DES, but we have not had responses yet. And additional requested information has not been provided by the applicant, including the documents needed to allow Dalton and Bethlehem's municipal review of the project. This company wrote in its wetlands permit application, quote, "We seek to develop this project in a transparent and collaborative manner with the communities in which we operate," end quote. Well, let me say, our communities are tired of waiting for this promised collaboration. All of this adds up to an incomplete application, lacking critical base data, one with grave potential dangers for our environment and health, and submitted by an applicant with a poor record of compliance who is not forthcoming. Our future is literally in the balance, almost done, and we must hold you accountable. Here are testimonies. Stand with us and deny this permit. Clearly, it only benefits an out-of-state company and the disposal needs of other states, and gravely threatens the treasured wetlands, health, and quality of life of everyone living in this region. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Kleintrope, and I'm a 32-year resident of the town of Dalton. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to weigh in on the proposed landfill at the Ingersoll Industrial Park. Though there may be different opinions on the need and placement of this project, I have trust in DES and believe that science certainly outweighs the politics that certain people and groups have tried to use to muddy the water. To begin, I'd like to recognize the work that DES has done to allow industry to coexist with Forest Lake State Park over the past 40 years. Within a mile of the park, you have a biomass plant, a wood processing plant, an asphalt plant, a cement company,
a gravel operation with 3 pits, a logging operation, a past Harley-Davidson dealership, a storefront selling stone and cement block products, a drive-in movie theater that has since been closed, a shooting range, and the Tim O'Neill Rally Driving School. Through all of this, there has been little, if any, environmental issues, and that is a credit to the work DES has done to balance the environment with economic activity that is vital to the citizens of this state. Now, I'm not an environmental scientist, and thus I will defer to the experts as to the placement of this project. I do understand that as a throwaway society, we will always be in need of a place to dispose of our debris. Fortunately, in New Hampshire, we do not have to pay the exorbitant expenses of sending our refuse out of state. And as NCES is slated to be closed by 2026, it is imperative that we begin the process of creating a new landfill in its place with a state-of-the-art recycling and energy production center. As I've sat and listened to what has been said this afternoon, one thing stands out in my mind. There are some who are trying to state opinions as facts. I have heard a lot of what ifs, but my God, we can't do this because this is going to happen. And it's an opinion. We don't know. This is a very slippery slope and one I hope that DES will not follow. I do understand the seriousness of this issue. And of course, every stone should be overturned to make sure the project follows all safety codes. If this project is approved, it will have long-term effects. We all want to protect our environment, but we must do so with caution. We cannot follow just the wishes of one side. Finally, you've been given a daunting task of trying to balance the need for environmental safety with economic security. I do not envy the position you have been placed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Pulot. I live in Dalton, New Hampshire. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. One, I have visited the site in Bethlehem, both as a customer and I've taken the tours twice as a customer before I knew anything about it. And I want to state that I didn't see any birds. I didn't see any flying garbage anywhere. I don't know where that came from. I really didn't see it. And then I had to go and learn more. And I've also visited the proposed site in Dalton. And I don't see no virgin timber. I don't see 100 acres, 150 acres, or whatever they're saying, of virgin timber. And my father has been in the logging business his whole life. My husband hauls wood. And so I'm well aware of truck traffic and all that. And I've never seen it lined up with trucks going down into Whitefield, cars maybe getting out of work. That is a federally funded road. All truck traffic and car traffic have the right to use it. And I know for a fact that when they say 100 trucks round trip, they're counting the local haulers that take trash there, meaning Whitings, Wolf, and all those are all counted as one. They're not a tractor trailer, they're a regular truck, 10-wheelers. Okay, my husband's truck was counted, a pickup with a trailer, a dump trailer behind it, was counted when we went to the Bethlehem thing. That is not a tractor trailer. Any vehicle that brings in trash to the landfill is counted. Being a pickup loaded with debris from a construction site, that is counted. And as far as the wetlands go, there is a big development down in Littleton that got to go through. You got Walmart, you got Shaw's, you got Home Depot, you got Lowe's, and I can keep going on down. I bet you their wetlands that was destroyed was over the 17 acres. And then we can talk about the houses that live on the lakes right around here, the Precious Forest Lake to begin with. You got Burns Pond, you got all of those. How many acres total on just those was our wetlands that was disturbed and destroyed. And then we have, let's see, can I go on here? We also have, there is also an issue with septic systems. Failed. When's the last time you guys or whoever I've been trying to get a hold of has checked any of these? We have old camps, we have decrepit water, things in the water that aren't supposed to be in the water. Forest Lake is less than 1,000-acre lake. There's not supposed to be any permanent facilities in the water, and there is. So it's like, if we're gonna throw rocks at one thing, let's throw it and clean up the whole thing. You know, water in Forest Lake is far from pristine. Back your own specialists that did the testing back in 2019 even claimed that, and it was even shut down last year due to things in the water. And their recommendation back in 2019 was to take the sand off the beach and restore it back to the natural plains. And then, well, all this comes out and now it's a pristine lake and we got to open it up. We need to back up here, fix the problems. And yes, I do believe that Castello's is not going to do any harm to that location, and it's privately owned. He's paid full taxes on it, and it is commercially zoned. There's fine lines here. So I would like you to go ahead and approve it, and thank you very much.
Next speaker is and then Jacob Flanner and Catherine and Joanne Blaine. Please go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mary Menzies and I am a resident of Littleton. I do not consider myself an activist in any way, but community service is important to me. I have devoted countless hours to my church and local nonprofits such as the Littleton Historical Society and the Littleton Community Center. I served on the Littleton Parking Commission and am currently vice chair of the Littleton Planning Board. I do not speak for any of these groups, of course, but I want you to understand how deeply I care about my local community and region. The issue before us today is the wetlands impact of a proposed landfill development in Dalton. This is a greenfield site, which means it has not previously been built on, contaminated, or polluted. This is undeveloped forest land containing sensitive wetlands and providing high-value wildlife habitat and migration corridors. This project would involve the largest proposed destruction of wetlands in the last 10 years in the state of New Hampshire. Today, we are focusing on wetlands. To quote from DES's own website, residents, businesses, and visitors enjoy New Hampshire's wetlands, streams, lakes, and the seacoast for their natural beauty and recreational opportunities. In addition to their economic value, New Hampshire's wetland resources are of great importance for flood control, water quality, water storage, and recharge for both groundwater and surface waters. Wetlands also support the food chain, providing food and habitat for a variety of aquatic and upland plants and wildlife. It is found to be for the public good and welfare of the state of New Hampshire to protect and preserve both tidal and fresh waters and its wetlands, including lakes, ponds, rivers, streams, marshes, forested wetlands, and peatlands, from unregulated despoliation because of the important functions and values that these aquatic resources provide, such as absorbing floodwaters, treating stormwater, recharging groundwater supplies, providing habitat for fish and wildlife, providing economic and recreational value. This proposed site contains vernal pools and wetlands and is part of the Alderbrook watershed, which drains into the Emmanusick River. Moreover, it is right next to Forest Lake State Park with public swimming access on that lake. Landfills will eventually pollute the surrounding ground and surface waters. State-of-the-art liners will not last forever and sometimes fail much quicker than expected, as evidenced by the toxic spill into Tampa Bay in Florida earlier this spring. Closer to home, we had a 154,000 gallon spill of toxic leachate at Casella's Bethlehem facility just a few weeks ago. State-of-the-art equipment and processes did not prevent this spill. The Ammonoosuc River is vital to the communities downstream from Dalton. Littleton is making huge investments to develop recreational opportunities along its riverfront. It would be a shame to have that ruined by water pollution. Even more important are the impacts to Lisbon and other downstream communities whose drinking water wells are fed by the Ammonoosuc. New Hampshire has been a leader in responding to PFAS pollution originating at the former Pease Air Force Base. The PFAS pollution was discovered because of the abnormally high cancer rates occurring in people living in the surrounding communities. Before that, no one had any idea of the deadly effects of these chemicals. Bacteria is easily treated. I don't want there to be a future cancer cluster in the communities along the Ammonoosuc River. A cancer cluster caused by pollution originating from the Dalton dump. Pollution that can't be reversed and that will impact our children and grandchildren. Please deny this permit. You've heard from technical experts as to why. Let me make a common sense plea. There is no solid waste capacity crisis in New Hampshire. Even if there were, this is an ill-conceived project in the wrong location that serves no public interest. Please do not put corporate profit ahead of the needs of New Hampshire citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Can you hear me clearly? No? How about this? Okay, great, thanks. Well, thank you for holding this public hearing. Obviously, this is an important project and a lot of people have turned out. As many of you may know, I am a certified wetland scientist. I was the third person in the state to be certified as a wetland scientist, and I've been practicing wetland science for more than 30 years. I was retained by the Dalton Conservation Commission in November of 2020 to review the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services wetland application and to review field conditions. So they could comment a little bit more professionally on the aspects of the application. In the process of reviewing documents, I reviewed the wetland application initial one plus supplemental submissions, including things such as the alternatives analysis, which is something I will dwell on a little bit because it's a process which I consider to be quite important, but also the natural heritage records, the bedrock geology, wildlife action plan, compensatory mitigation measures. And I conducted a site visit with Casella, as well as the landowners and members of the Dalton Conservation Commission and others on January the 8th, 2020, which many of you have already heard about. And I will expound on that in a little bit. I also reviewed the New Hampshire Wetland Bureau request for additional information, GLS's, Granite State Landfill's responses, correspondence related to the application from just about anybody who submitted comments, and DES Waste Management Division review of the landfill application, which I consider to be a very important document. As you know, I also attempted to investigate the site during the growing season to review if there were rare, threatened, or endangered species, as well as the vernal pools, but got stonewalled by Casella citing statutory authorities for us to proceed with another site visit. At this point, I would recommend that the wetland application is incomplete and that it would be denied. by DES. And the critical deficiencies are laid out pretty clearly in the letter on June 1st of 2021 from the Waste Management Division, those that are looking at the design of the landfill very carefully. They suspended review again on June 1st, 2021, because they suspended review of the solid waste application because there were a number of important criteria which were missing from the application. And they included the lack of endangered and threatened species data. They considered the Natural Heritage Bureau data check analysis to be insufficient to determine whether or not there's any protected species on that site. And so these things not only were pertinent to the solid waste review, but it's clearly pertinent to the wetlands review of the permit application. They also talked about it wasn't clear how the discharging groundwater conditions would be affected by filling wetlands. They cited that the requirements for wetland setbacks and relative protection of surface waters wasn't done accurately. They said that the application failed to address filling in approximately 17 acres of wetland areas. And most importantly, they need to revise base grades of the liner system, footprint of the landfill, and the final cap grades, which may result in changes to the design and ultimately to wetland impacts. Since design changes are likely to affect the wetland impacts, this is further evidence that review of the wetland application is precocious, and the applications that's before us now should be denied. At risk are some of the highest ranked habitats in New Hampshire and the biological region, 17 acres of wetlands, vernal pools, and perennial and intermittent streams, and cold water fisheries, which I haven't heard mentioned today, as well as rare and threatened endangered species that have yet to be identified on the site. Now I turn to the alternatives analysis. In my opinion, probably the objective in any of these permit applications, and believe me, I've done many of them, I guess the largest impact I've ever permitted was 12 acres. So this exceeds even the largest I've ever encountered in the past. Or 5 minutes?
You're at 5 minutes.
Oh.
We're not on a parliament procedure. We can't do that, unfortunately. But we also can take your written comments and just,
Okay, I'll
do this.
Can I just summarize at this point in time? Yeah, so bottom line is the need for the solid waste disposal. And I think the applicant should show consistency with the New Hampshire State Solid Waste Plan, which basically that sequencing demonstrates or it shows that basically landfilling should be the last alternative. And I believe it's important then for the Granite State landfill to address the feasibility and economic and environmental costs of incinerating the solid waste as opposed to burying it in Dalton. And the other thing is in terms of avoidance, they cite on page 45 a materials recovery facility in their wetland application. And they only mentioned that they were going to proceed with it now with this, but there's no details. I would love to see some more details on this. And because of the time that is up, I will conclude that there and I'll submit my other comments in writing. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, if I didn't name, my name is Jim McClammer, certified wetland scientist in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I'll send in a formal statement. This is wrong.
Next speaker is Joanne Blaney, Robert, and Chip Pierce.
Hi, am I loud enough?
You are.
Thank you very much. My name is Pam Catlin. I'm a Dalton resident for over 20 years. My family's been here for decades. Thank you for letting me speak here, and I welcome you to the North Country. but I do need to apologize for the rudeness I feel you've been bestowed today. That's not the North Country hospitality we're used to. I'm not a pedigreed, privileged, second home owner activist. I'm a hardworking Dalton resident trying to survive. I'm here to support the approval of this wetlands permit. I feel the new project would be a huge benefit to Dalton residents and local garbage haulers that will keep their jobs. My understanding is that the permit is for 137 acres to be in between 1,900 acres total. It'll be a 3-phase project. There'll be no more expansion than the 137 acres. Contrary to popular belief. While the wetlands are very important, so is responsible growth in Dalton. I believe Casella is responsible, and they have the rules of the permitting process to go by. 17 acres of wetland will be taken, but Casella, per the permitting process, has to lessen the severity of that take with a much greater, larger area of wetlands. There was an offer of 244 acres of highly valued wetlands offered to the Dalton Conservation Commission for the taking of those 17 acres of wetland. Yet they turned it down. Why? 244 acres in return for 17 acres seems like a generous offer, not to mention the community assistance Casella is willing to provide to Dalton. Contrary to popular belief, the in-state waste disposal is going up due to people moving into the state, rising cost of fuel, diminishing landfills. Independent local garbage haulers will be hurt by denying the permit. The new landfill will be state-of-the-art. Their responsibility is to put as little as possible into the ground, recycling, repurposing, and creating fuels out of materials produced by the waste breakdown process, or some other ways they will accomplish this huge task. The opposition should head to the packaging manufacturers to change their ways. Where are you going to put your garbage? The opposition does have one good point, however. Recycling is important, not an overnight process for sure. But Casella has the same thought. We all know there was a leachate spill. Unfortunately, it was made out to have contaminated rivers, ponds, etc. The truth is it did not. The landfill has multiple backup plans to ensure that if there's a leak, it'll be detected and contained before it really goes anywhere. So please stop the scare tactics. It is unfortunate that our select board has national activist members on it. This is not representative of the true Dalton population. We're a small, major majority. I guess I'd just like to end with just thanking you again for allowing me the time to speak. And you know your job, contrary to what others may say. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Georgia Green.
Joanne Blaney from Bethlehem, New Hampshire. What do you do with the mad that you feel when you feel so mad you could bite? Those are the words of a child that Mr. Rogers' neighborhood shared. I'm going to try to channel Mr. Rogers' calm today. Wetlands are such a unique kind of place, and I'm so concerned, as I know so many of you are as well. If these 17 acres of wetlands and 5 vernal pools could talk, what would they say? And would we listen? Would you listen? Would you hear? I believe the wetlands would whisper. We're subtle in our appearance. We're not flashy. We're not boisterous. The wetlands would say, we're important to your landscape. We give so many benefits and services to the people of the North Country, to the wildlife, the fish, the forests. We're the wetlands. We actually protect and improve your water quality. Heck, we even maintain your surface water during the dry spells that we've had. We, the wetlands, are among the most productive ecosystems in the world, comparable to rainforests and coral reefs. Again, I'm going to say that. Most productive ecosystems in the world, comparative to rainforests and coral reefs. In our wetlands ecosystem, we have a huge variety of species, tiny, tiny microbes, plants, insects, amphibians, reptiles, birds, fish, mammals. They're all part of a really important, bigger ecosystem. We're 17 acres plus of wetlands. We're all about balance. Please don't destroy us. Please protect us. Wetlands, we're called the biological supermarkets. Again, the biological supermarkets. We provide huge volumes of food that attract so many animal species, all kinds of birds, animals, moose, bear, deer, to name a few, and they rely on us, the wetlands, for their food, their water, and their shelter, especially during migration and breeding. Wood ducks, woodpeckers, hawks, wading birds, herons, many songbirds feed, nest, and raise their young within us, the wetlands. So many other animals and plants depend on us, the wetlands, for survival. So you see, we're the wetlands, far from being useless. We provide values that no other ecosystem can provide. We even help control shoreline erosion. We provide opportunities for recreation and aesthetic appreciation, which brings to mind Forest Lake State Park, the Ammonoosuc River, the Alderbrook wetlands. As wetlands, we are natural water and resources for your benefit at no cost. Did we mention the vernal pools are our seasonal wetlands? We dry up after the new life we support goes out into the forest to provide balanced food to animals and birds. And then we fill up with water again next year. Vernal pools are brilliant and fragile wetlands, and we are irreplaceable. So what lives in a vernal pool? Wood frogs, spotted salamanders, tiger salamander larvae. We really need to be a no disturbance zone. Once we are destroyed, we're gone forever. Remediation is really a pipe dream. Thank you for hearing our voices. We are the serenade of the peepers in the spring, the chirps and the croaks. With all of those spring noises, thank you for hearing us today, with gratitude for protecting us at all costs, the wetlands. It's a fact that 17 acres of wetlands and 5 vernal pools quietly stand again in Bethlehem at the entrance of this proposed 160-acre Casella garbage dump. And these are just the first wetlands that would be devastated. Casella would have the option to buy an additional 1,900 plus acres, but that's more wetlands and waterways to be destroyed, and that discussion will come at a later time. Dr. Seuss, in his book, The Lorax, reminds us how bad things can get if we hurt the earth. Casella Waste Management has already deeply hurt the earth in Bethlehem. I live in Bethlehem. I already live it. I smell it. I hear it. I've cried over it. I've done that tour. I hear their story of the state of the art and all of that. I've toured with them to the top of Mount Casella, looking down, speechless. I felt like the Native American. Thank you. I'll finish up with the tear. Everyone should go, certainly, and tour it. You've got to see it to believe it. So today's hearing is because this same big corporation is again threatening our North Country, water and wetlands. Location, location, location. This is not the location. It's not the location. We do not need this landfill. This is the truth, and I do feel you know it. The truth must prevail. Be faithful to your Wetlands Bureau mission, please. Please use your voice, your inner wisdom, your authority. Do the right thing. Deny this incomplete application for a landfill permit app. Thank you.
Road holes. Followed by Chip Pierce, Andy Sincere, and Sincere.
Thanks. Bob Grosholtz, Littleton. I think I'd like to start by saying that Casella obviously had time to show the previous woman the new site in Dalton. So clearly you have time to show the Dalton Conservation Committee's expert, because clearly if you have time to show the residents, you have time to show the expert. It's been said a couple times already, but this is clearly a Casella crisis and not a trash crisis. What has happened is they took over the Bethlehem dump. They realized it was a cash cow. They could make a lot of money by bringing in out-of-state trash. It's coming to an end. And now what do we do? So there's the state of New Hampshire. Where could we go? I'm not a scientist. When the project came up and I heard about it, I was shocked like most people. So I thought, well, who would know where the landfill should go? Obviously you guys, permit them, but I thought the EPA, that sounds like, they would have some idea where they go, right? So I called them. So as of right now, they have not filed an application with the EPA or the Army Corps of Engineers, which apparently to them is very unusual because all the permits are usually filed simultaneously. So I don't know why they're delaying that. I'm maybe thinking that they're trying to get your approval and then to strong arm the EPA, which I'm not sure if that's even possible, but they did tell me that that's very unusual. And it's also very unusual to apply for a new landfill site in this current state of where we're at and a greenfield site. So given all that, I went to the EPA website, just out of curiosity, where you'd put a new landfill. And on the first page of the EPA, where they talk about landfills, they say location restrictions. Ensure that landfills are built in suitable geological areas away from faults, which makes sense, wetlands, floodplains, or other restricted areas. So if I was Casella and I was trying to be a good steward of New Hampshire, perhaps I would go to the EPA website and maybe look at the first thing they list and say, now maybe I should stay away from wetlands. Now, okay, New Hampshire has a lot of wetlands, so then I did some other research. And I went to a study that I'm going to submit electronically, but it's from Ralph Tyner from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, done in 2007. They did a look at all the wetlands in New Hampshire. So in the state of New Hampshire, of all the land area, 5% is wetlands. So that's a lot of extra space you could put landfill. So then I thought, okay, for Coos County, maybe Coos County is really wet. Coos County, 3.5% wetlands. So I asked myself, why would you choose this location? And so I've attended, they've had several open houses. I attended one in Dalton, and this was early on in the process. Obviously, they hadn't gotten all together and kind of talked about their messaging because they had several engineers at this open house. What they told me was, look, and they've already disclosed this, they looked at other locations, but what is, for them, the best location was, this was a one landowner, he was willing, and it's very close to their existing other landfill. They didn't take into account really the environmental impact because at the end of the day, they're a for-profit company. Their job is to make their shareholders money. It's not to protect the environment. It's really just to make money. The other thing, so we asked some more questions at this open house. So I was curious, so the liners, there's 2 layers. So that sounds, like it's pretty good. Do they ever break? Do they ever puncture? Well, it's virtually impossible to say that they'll never puncture. So the leachate obviously is designed to be captured above the liner. So what happens when the liner punctures? The leachate goes into the ground. So the last thing that I wanted to bring up was that this is actually something that I found pretty unnerving is I said, so what about the rest of the state? Because obviously there's landfills in the rest of the state. And they were very apparent and very forthcoming and said, look, in the southern part of the state, there's more money. There's more money to fight us. There's more money to litigate us. Up here, we chose the poorest county in New Hampshire, one of the poorest towns in Dalton. And it's the path of least resistance. And it also gives them a site that's very close to their existing landfill. So all the infrastructure they developed is already there. So at the end of the day, this project benefits Casella. It does not benefit New Hampshire, and it certainly does not benefit us. And so I urge you to deny this project.
Hi, my name is Chip Pierce. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm a landowner in Littleton, New Hampshire, and abut the land that is being proposed for the dump. As such, I'm up above it, and we can look down into that land. And it's pretty obvious that, as Casella has mentioned in its application, about the 17 acres of wetland and 5 vernal pools and 160 acres of forest. But, I think, the DES really should be looking at what's happening today with that. Don't take the word for it of the applicant or the landowner. It really does appear that, there may be things going on that you need to look at now before the application is even studied or approved. So that's one point. I've knocked a bunch of items out of my talk tonight because they've already been talked about. So I just say, I implore you and urge you to deny this application for the many, many reasons that have already been given. Thank you.
Corey is not able to come,
Okay.
so that'll make it even easier.
And Julie Seeley, the next after that. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Tammy Saints here, and I live on Blakesley Road in Dalton. I've lived in Dalton for over 44 years. My husband has lived there for 65, which is all his life. We've raised 2 boys, and they both live in Dalton. I had mixed feelings about this, but I did do a lot of research to arrive at a certain decision. I did go to the Bethlehem plant and check that out. I have quite a few friends in Bethlehem and did talk to them. So I got a little insight on that end of it. And then I was able to get a tour at the proposed new facility in Mr. Ingerson's pet or property. And to be honest, I was impressed only because I grew up in the gravel business and I worked in it for 19 years. So I have a little bit of knowledge on what I saw up there, and there's a lot of ledge. I didn't realize he was into ledge, and he is. There's a huge ledge wall, and then there's a mountain behind it or right next to it. And they showed us where the facility was going to be put. And I had a really hard time saying, well, to be blunt, shit doesn't run uphill, So my mind changed. I decided that I would accept this with the knowledge that you people would make sure that this was handled correctly. That was my theory in it. And I'm hoping, and that's why I'm here today, to just ask you, go ahead, let them do what they need to do, because we got to get rid of it somehow, but watch them, just like any other facility that you would do. And I thank you for your time.
Well, the next speaker is Dr. Percent, and followed by Dcc Members. And David Leonard. Please go ahead.
I'm Roger Doucette. My home is in Whitefield, New Hampshire, and I've been a lifelong resident of the North Country. I'm asking you to deny this permit. To start with some context, permitted and potential expansion at existing landfill sites in New Hampshire is sufficient for decades to come, and much longer if we eliminate out-of-state trash. DES acknowledges this capacity. Destroying vibrant wetlands for unneeded landfill capacity is extremely short-sighted. Contrary to Casella's assertions of need in its application, New Hampshire does not need to rush into permitting a new facility in Dalton. The application is simply testimony to Casella's need for more capacity. Among many concerns today, as we consider the applicant's merits, I want to look at Casella's record here in Bethlehem, which is typical of the company's history in Southbridge, Mass, and other locations where they operate. In their past performance, we see problems waiting for our wetlands, wells, and our water bodies. The company seems incapable of running and properly maintaining the systems required for a state-of-the-art landfill. They have a well-documented and striking record of violations, deficiencies, and disregard for rules and regulations wherever they operate. A good example, the recent spill of 154,000 gallons of leachate in Bethlehem, a few miles from here. It lasted for 2 days. Before it was detected and remedial action was begun. It was found to be caused by a combination of equipment failure and human error. DES called it a significant spill. I'd say so, the largest in New Hampshire history. Although Casella's own engineering firm, Sanborn Head, made a report on the spill after analyzing toxins in the soil, to date, there has been no third-party investigation. Sanborn Head's report was called a leachate management system audit. However, it was not an independent review, as the term audit always implies, as the public would hope to see. It is also very troubling that the report from Casella's engineering firm only looked at contaminants that were red flags years ago when Casella's permit was granted. They did not address the most alarming toxins associated with leachate today, like PAHs, SVOCs, and PFAS. Those chemicals were not even sought in the analysis. Being guided by outdated standards in such an alarming contamination event, regardless of technical legalities, is hardly reassuring behavior from DES, our oversight agency. We don't know the entirety of the damage. Further studies by a third party should be mandated, looking for all dangerous materials released so that the best remediation possible can be done. To summarize, the Bethlehem incident is alarming to our communities for Casella's culpability in the consecutive series of failures that caused it, and for the time lag before it was discovered. It is also unnerving that DES has not yet provided a thorough independent review to inspire public confidence. The response to date seems like a bare minimum look at a big incident. Without an in-depth independent review of how the spill happened and its consequences, how can any of us, Casella, DES, or the public, be sure it doesn't happen again? Now DES is asked to permit yet another massive dump by the same developer. This one in a sensitive wetlands between a prized lake and a high-value river, the Ammonoosuc, already subject to a big leachate accident and an unregulated seep. Really, is that what we want? Or just what an out-of-state corporation wants? Deny this wetland permit. Protect this watershed and the health and well-being of the area and its residents. Trusting an irresponsible and untrustworthy company to develop a mega dump on an environmentally sensitive site is beyond comprehension or justification. DES mission, I won't read it again, You've heard it enough tonight. Yeah, please do your job. Deny this permit.
My name is Julie Seeley and I live in Bethlehem, New Hampshire. Until today, I shared others' disbelief that this has even gotten this far, though the graphic showing that Casella is offering to cough up over $3 million if the permit is granted, unfortunately helped clear things up a bit. I really find that disturbing. I live in Bethlehem and have thus borne witness to nearly 3 decades of misleading statements and even outright lies from Casella representatives. They seem to still be in fine form based on Mr. Gay's attempt to make people here believe that the Dalton Conservation Commission had held a legitimate site visit. Dalton Conservation Commission Chair Nancy Comeau has already detailed just how that really played out, and it's well documented in email chains. Though I wasn't personally surprised by that twisting of the truth, I hope that you, DES officials, recognize just how dishonest that statement was and realize that every statement made in the application you are considering clearly needs to be examined with a skeptical eye. Promises that Forest Lake will not be impacted are ridiculous. When the wind is wrong, the Bethlehem landfill can be smelled from a far greater distance than the relatively short distance from the proposed site to Forest Lake. With hikers on the Gale River Loop Road on the opposite side of Route 3 and 2 to 3 miles from the dump, mentioning mystery foul odors on their trail condition reports and blogs. That's much further away than the distance to the state park and to the lake. Anyone who thinks this will have no impact on the enjoyment of the lake is bound to be in for a monumentally unpleasant surprise. The thing that makes the least sense to me is the destruction of wetlands for a proposed second landfill in Coos County is even being considered. First, landfilling is deemed by DES to be the least desirable means of waste disposal. Even more incomprehensible about a second landfill in Coos is that given that people produce trash, New Hampshire's population centers are in the southern part of the state, and given that virtually all of Coos County and parts of northern Carroll County send their waste to the Carberry facility, it makes no geographic sense at all to add a second facility in Coos County. And this is basically a map of the population density, which would be the trash generation fairly closely connected. And all of this area goes to Carberry. And the landfill is there. So why would any proposal that requires trucking waste so far with the accompanying environmental degradation inherent in hundreds of trucks every week traveling hundreds of miles to dump waste and destroy a gorgeous area in a place that already has ample disposal capacity? This makes no sense. Ultimately, the folks in Concord, both in DES offices and at the Capitol, need to recognize that for-profit companies do not belong in New Hampshire solid waste management. Using the for-profit model does nothing but create opportunities for other states too irresponsible to deal with their own waste. If New Hampshire, the state itself, took care of its own waste, it could turn away out-of-state waste. But a private company, though they could, never will, a for-profit company. New Hampshire needs to take control of its own destiny, stop trading wetlands and our quality of life for unneeded and undesirable landfills, and deny this permit. Thank you.
Speaker after that is Lance Young, and then Vanessa Cardillo, and then Bill.
My name is David Leonard. I'm a resident of Whitefield. I've got no big degree in environmental science. I've got no college in environmental anything. other than being an avid hunter, fisher, and outdoorsman. I'm a retired truck driver. I drove for 24 years, almost 2 million miles. The last 7 of that was in the waste management area, going in and out of North Country Environmental Services in Bethlehem. To see their operation, I have sat back and heard today that people were lined up on Trudeau Road. It's, early mornings, 5:30, 6 o'clock. That is blatantly false. If we got caught coming onto Trudeau Road before 6:30, we got put in the penalty box for 2 to 3 hours, sitting there not getting paid because we're paid by the load. We could not be on Trudeau Road before 6:30. No way, shape, or form. So that's blatantly false. Secondly, parking on Route 3. We have not been able to park on Route 3 for the last 2.5 to 3 years. There are trucks that park on the off-ramp of 93, yes. But as far as parking on Route 3, even Beaverbrook pull-off, the little picnic area, if we get caught in there, we're fined. We're given a ticket. We could not park anywhere on Route 3 for the last 2.5 to 3 years. Another falsehood. 100 trucks, tractor trailers coming through Whitefield every day is another falsehood based on Save Forest Lakes numbers alone. 468,000 tons of trash a year breaks down to 1,800 a day. 1,800 tons a day. The average tractor trailer hauls 30 tons of trash. I graduated from White Mountain Regional. I can still do the math. 100 trailers at 30 tons apiece is almost double the 1,800 that they're saying will go in there, based on Save Forest Lakes numbers. That 100, as has been testified before, includes the local haulers. It includes tractor trailers that are coming up from the southern part of the state, 600 to 900 tons a day from 150 communities from the Lakes region, Plymouth area, the Concord area, 600 to 900 tons a day, coming from 150 communities in the southern part of the state. When North Country Environmental Services closes in 26 or 27, everybody's saying, take it to Carberry, cut down the traffic. Well, based on the testimony, you got 100 trucks that are supposed to be going into Dalton. Those 100 trucks are still going to be rolling through Twin Mountain. They're still going to be coming up through the Notch, going to Carberry. And Turnkey, both Turnkey and Carberry, both are situated next to rivers. The Appalachian Trail, most hiked trail in the continental United States, I believe, only because I'm from New England, I'm pretty partial to that. Runs right by the Carberry landfill. Go down Trudeau Road any given day during the summer. There's 20, 30 cars parked there of hikers. I ride a motorcycle. I go up 302, up River Road in Bethlehem quite often. I don't smell the landfill. When I was going in and out of the landfill on a daily basis, if I followed a truck in, yes, I got a smell. I did 3 loads into the landfill a day. First thing in the morning, I might smell a truck that sat around overnight in 90-degree weather. But by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when I'm getting hollered at, because I pulled in at 5 minutes till 3, when they closed at 3, I didn't smell that because they buried it. 70 to 80% of the trash going in North Country Environmental Services right now is from in-state, from those 150 towns. Take that, the other 20 to 30% of out-of-state waste that they're reporting is dirt. They bring the dirt in, they use it for cover soil to cover up the trash so that it isn't smelled. As far as the birds and seagulls at a landfill that it would attract, based on the testimony today about thousands of seagulls being at a landfill, Forest Lake should be inundated with it right now because I've only seen, well, I retired, my last load went in last August. 2.5 years prior to that, I saw maybe 2 seagulls in that 2.5 years. Okay. To finish up, North Country Environmental Services at the landfill. You want to talk predatory birds? There's 2 adult eagles and 2 juveniles that live just off the grounds of the Bethlehem landfill. They've been spotted at the landfill. There's wild turkeys that were non-existent 30 years ago in New Hampshire, a whole flock of them at the landfill. No predatory birds, no birds that are gonna, I don't believe turkeys and eagles swim. But on that, sir, thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Speaker is Grant, and then after that, it's Minister Video. And it would be Bill Unruh.
Akwene Queen Adoba, greetings and peace to you. I bring you a voice long silenced here, and that is the voice of Indigenous Native Americans. My name is Lance Young, and I am the Chief Sachem of the Namasket Nation. And first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge that the land that we occupy, the land that this landfill would occupy, is the sovereign land of the Abenaki Nation of New Hampshire. It is with their blessing and at their request that I speak to you today. The Abenaki and Indigenous people throughout New England urge you to deny this permit. It was the Abenaki Sagamore, Samsowet, who first met your ancestors when they arrived in 1620, the Pilgrims, speaking to them in English and asking them throughout time to take only what you need and leave the earth better than you found it. This is the Indigenous way. The Abenaki called this kingdom Nakunda, and for centuries before colonization, they realized their sacred duty to preserve it, to protect it, to safeguard it, and to maintain its uniqueness, majesty, and beauty for generations to come. It is this Indigenous way that we have forgotten. It is this Indigenous way that I ask you to realize, that engage in a relationship of mutual respect, reciprocity, and caring for the earth and all of the creatures on it. So who in their right mind could ever think of destroying wetlands, lakes, ponds, forests, and homes of humans and animals is a good thing. You know your mission. Part of that says to regulate impacts to those areas wherever the tide ebbs and flows or fresh water flows and stands. Indigenous elders have a warning for us. They believe that we teeter on the precipice. The earth and as its oceans warm will displace thousands of people, millions of people. And the next conflict, the next great issue will be areas where fresh water flows and stands. And the wetlands here around Forest Lake and in all of New Hampshire will be central to this conflict. Casella's own 2020 sustainability report speaks of their commitment to compliance to environmental laws outlined in their 7 key environmental leadership statements on topics of resource conservation, renewal, environmental compliance, air and climate protection, water protection, land protection, community engagement, and leadership, and continuous involvement. This alone should be reason for them to say, we cannot put a landfill here. And this alone should be reason for you to uphold and not allow this permit. Otherwise, you and we are just upholding the useless and senseless words of yet another corporate giant worth $750 million, who cares very little for this place, for the environment, for the people, or the surrounding area. We here, this tribe of people, this new tribe, we come to you today because this is more than just about the wetlands around Forest Lake. Wake up. In the end, this is about the survival of our planet. We will be judged by the condition we leave the earth for those who come after us. I ask you to consider this, to consider the impact of your decision that will have on your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren. What side of history will you be on? Will your descendants praise you for leaving them a world that they could sustain, or will they curse you for leaving a planet that they struggle to survive in? Ask yourself, what kind of being could disregard the majesty of this place? It is this very disregard, this very disrespect for the earth that the elders of my tribes have brought us to this defining moment when we are at the very pinnacle of survival on this earth itself. This is not hyperbole, this is the truth. So on behalf of the Abenaki, the Namasket Nation, and other Native people, I urge you to deny Casella's wetland permit. Aho Kerabadamush Kiti Oluwine. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bill Alaroot. My name is Bill Alaroot. Thank you for allowing us to provide some testimony here today. I'm not a scientist, I'm not an activist, but I'm here just to share my thoughts about this ludicrous project. I have a home in Whitefield on West Side Road on Forest Lake. I've had this home for 35 years. I recently became a resident of New Hampshire and planning to retire here at Forest Lake. We made this decision before we knew anything about the proposed landfill. We also made a decision 3 years ago to renovate our home in anticipation of retirement. With the approval of this landfill, our plans to retire on the lake will die. This is not how we planned to spend the remaining years of our life. What attracted us to the lake back in the mid-'80s was the peacefulness, the clean air, the sparkling clean water, our lovely neighbors, and without a doubt, the loon population, and more recently, our neighborhood bald eagle. I am certain that a landfill on Forest Lake will change all of that. Why do I say that with such certainty? I used to fly fish on the Ammonoosuc River in Bethlehem, just upstream of the Route 302 bridge. I don't go there anymore. It stinks. It smells like rotten trash. It's absolutely awful. My once favorite fishing hole is downwind of the Bethlehem landfill. Landfills stink. They fill the air with a stench that is unbearable. I ride my bike a lot here in New Hampshire. However, when I'm on River Road in Bethlehem heading east, I can see this monstrosity of an artificial mountain of trash. It rises above the tree line like any of the mountains, like any of the other mountains in the skyline. This mountain of trash, along with the heavy equipment and seagulls, is and will forever be part of the landscape in this beautiful area. How did that happen? We have an opportunity to not let history repeat itself. Unless this landfill proposal is stopped in its tracks, the same thing will happen at Forest Lake and the surrounding communities. Forest Lake is downwind of the proposed landfill. The stink that I smelled on the Ammonoosuc will reek on Forest Lake. How can we let this happen? Unless this landfill proposal is stopped, the artificial mountain of trash I see from River Road in Bethlehem will be replicated at Forest Lake. What are we thinking? How can we let this happen? How can we even think of adding a mountain to the skyline at Forest Lake, along with the noisy heavy equipment and the seagulls? This proposed landfill will certainly kill everything that attracted us to Forest Lake in this region 35 years ago. We cannot let this happen. This situation reminds me of what Stan Rushworth said of the early settlers in the West during the 1800s. The early Western settlers who were invading the land of the Native Americans had a mindset of, I have rights, I am entitled, move aside, I'm coming in. Instead of thinking that we were born with rights, we as a society need to choose that we are born with obligations. We have obligations to serve the past, obligations to serve the present, obligations to serve future generations and the planet itself. We, as citizens of our collective communities in the North Country, have an obligation to protect and preserve our natural resources so they can be enjoyed by our children and their children. How on earth would you explain to future generations that we allowed this project to move forward? I know with certainty I would not want to have any part of that conversation trying to justify to my great-grandchildren that we allowed Forest Lake and the surrounding communities to be ever scarred with this mountain of trash and everything that goes along with it. So please, let's stop this now. I'm asking the DES to reject the permit application. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Berkeley Parento, and I'm 12 years old. For as long as I can remember, my family has come up to New Hampshire to visit Forest Lake. Every time we go to the lake, I admire its perfection and beauty, and it truly makes me feel happy, peaceful, and full of life. I would hate for a landfill to ruin that. A few of my favorite things to do at Forest Lake are swimming with my brother, tossing a ball into the water for my dog Winnie to fetch, playing King in the Hill on our floating dock with my cousins, taking boat rides with my grandpa, and tubing. Just recently, I learned how to paddleboard. It was really fun and awesome, and I'm so excited that I got the chance to try something so cool. I really love all of the time that I'm lucky enough to spend at Forest Lake, and I'm worried that if we do not stop the proposal for a new landfill, all of this will go away. The landfill is a very bad idea in my mind for 3 reasons. It will cause pollution, hurt plants and animals, and could ruin the future. The landfill will cause pollution by slowly having trash and chemicals flow into the lake. And once lots of trash is accumulated, it will make the air and water smell. The chemicals could make the lake unsafe for swimming and make the land around it dirty and contaminated. This would destroy the clean, fun, happy, and safe environment that we're used to at Forest Lake. The landfill will also harm plant and animal life, and will do so by letting the toxic chemicals flow into the lake from the trash. As we all know, aquatic animals and plants need water to breathe, survive, and thrive. The animals that live in the Forest Lake ecosystem will be breathing in all of the toxins from the landfill into their bodies. This will make the animals sick, and many of them, along with plant life in and around the lake, could even die. Not to mention, we just got 2 new baby loons that I love to watch swim around with their parents. Is this something that we're willing to ruin? Lastly, the landfill will ruin the future. The landfill will do so by making it dangerous to swim in the lake. When I'm older, I want my kids to be able to swim and play in Forest Lake just like I've been able to. If the landfill is built and all of the toxic chemicals and garbage gets into the water, it won't be safe to swim anymore. I want to be able to swim in a toxin-free lake in years to come and be able to have so much fun like we do now. Honestly, our lives have changed so much, and we have so many more options than making a landfill. I think we can come up with a different solution instead of ruining a beautiful lake filled with many amazing animals and plants. During this past year, I've been up here with my family most of the time, and the lake was a place we could go to relax, have fun together, and forget about the worries we have for the world for a little bit of time. My grandparents call our spot on the lake a little piece of paradise, and I think that is the perfect description of Forest Lake. In closing, please don't dump on us and save Forest Lake. I'm asking the Department of Environmental Services to deny the landfill permit in Dalton. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for letting her speak. My name is Peg Parento. I was born and raised in Brockton, Massachusetts. I'm an avid gardener, and I'm a member of the Littleton Garden Club. I live in Whitefield with my husband, Richard, and we have owned and been property tax owners in Whitefield since 1985. Through my eyes, New Hampshire industries are agriculture, lumber, trucking, tourism, arts, science, medicine, and human services. Creating a mega landfill and destroying the environment should not be one of them. We should not trade our natural resources for money. I am opposed to the proposed landfill because of the delicate environment and destruction of wetlands. At risk are the plants, which I've been carrying around two plants, the pitcher plant and the lady slippers. The pitcher plant is an endangered plant, but the lady slippers are just a rare plant. Those are just a couple, I'm sure there's more. Spotted salamanders for animals, loons, turtles, beaver, osprey, eagles, and many more other animals. Humans, we need to protect the lands and waters for our generations to come. This Dalton location is so remote to Dalton specifically that they will be least affected by the truck traffic. It will be the surrounding towns that bear the brunt or the burden of this project. There is no good reason to locate a dump so close to a state park. A for-profit landfill should not be allowed to destroy wetlands to accommodate their bottom line. I'm not going to read you the mission statement, but in bold, all citizens is on my thing. So when I read this mission statement, I should feel assured that our wetlands, environment, and delicate ecosystems will be protected and not be allowed to be destroyed. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Let us all love New Hampshire life and deny this permit.
We're going to take a short 12-minute break, and we're going to resume at 7:30. Folks, for those of you listening on the microphone, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, resuming at 7:30.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Check one, check two. I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats again so we can resume this public hearing. So again, we're going to resume the public hearing, so please take your seats. The next speaker will be Donald LaPlante. Sir. And then after that, it would be Richard Walling and Lorraine Kerner and Dave Kerner. So we're going to please come on up and we'll get started.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Don LaPlante. I'm the Vice Chair of the Whitefield Conservation Commission. And my comments are given on behalf of the entire Whitefield Conservation Commission. We've listened to lots of testimony during the day today, and much of what we have to say has been said already. So we boiled this down to some just succinct bullet points that we want to leave with you. We are asking you to deny this permit request. And for these reasons, our most pressing concern is the potential impact on Whitefield's primary source of drinking water, the Robinson Well, located just downstream from the Forest Lake and Burns Lake watershed. This is a plan that has been put forward in this proposal for the destruction of wetlands and an extensive cutting of forest acreage, both with negative impacts on wildlife and the surrounding ecosystem. The failure of systems designed to contain leachate could have a devastating negative impact on groundwater, Forest Lake, Burns Pond, and Whitefield's water supply. This is a risk we don't want to take. The potential impact on wetlands, watershed areas, water supply protection areas, fisheries, and wildlife habitat
and ecotourism is not acceptable. Short-term financial gain for some in Dalton should not be permitted to place our finite environmental resources at risk. There will be a significant increase in heavy truck traffic, which would have a detrimental impact on wildlife crossings along the planned route through Whitefield. We thank you for listening to us today and taking these issues into consideration.
Richard Wallen here. Someone else? Followed by Lorraine Turner.
Well, good evening. My paper says good afternoon, but we're past that. I'm Richard Walling. I'm chair of the Ammonoosuc River Local Advisory Committee. The New Hampshire General Court passed the Rivers Management and Protection Act in 1988. And the section of the river that flows in front of the proposed landfill site was entered into that program in 2007. The Ammonoosuc River Local Advisory Committee, the LAC, has provided 3 letters of comment to NHDES relevant to the proposed solid waste landfill that is the subject of today's hearing. In comments specific to NHDES file number 2020-02239, LAC members noted their concerns about environmental impacts to the site selected for the landfill, being uphill of the Ammonoosuc River, and the headwater streams on the hillside are highly interconnected with groundwater feeding into the Hatch Brook, Alder Brook tributary, a perennial stream complex that flows into the Ammonoosuc River a short distance upstream from Littleton. Some of the submitted observations and comments are disturbance to the well-functioning wetland complex, disturbance to Alder Brook fishery managed for wild brook trout, disturbance of rainbow trout and brown trout fishing in the Ammonoosuc River. And it's been noted, not here, but elsewhere, that stormwater management retention, then when it flows out and into the cold water streams, it will warm that water. The Alder Brook has the highest ranked wildlife habitat in New Hampshire in the 2020 Wildlife Action Plan. 5 vernal pools on the property are priority resources that need to be protected. The Ammonoosuc River is a source of drinking water downstream in Woodsville, and in Lisbon, the river's proximity to the Lisbon town wells. As reported in the Ammonoosuc River Geomorphic Assessment, Floodplain Conservation and River Corridor Planning by Dr. John Fields, October 2011, fluvial geomorphology indicates very high fluvial erosion zone in this stretch of the river. Topography directs drainage flows from the river down, from the site down to the river. Runoff drainage from impervious gravel areas on the site would also flow downhill. Screening landfill from the public view and maybe even noses could be a challenge at this proposed location. Now, in the NHDES file number 2021-52265, application standard solid waste landfill in Dalton, volume 1, section 5, site report attachment 2V, compliance with solid waste rules, page 7, addressing ENVSW 804.03 surface water protection standards. The applicant states, and I quote, phase 1 of the landfill has been designed such that the limit of the landfill is greater than 200 feet up gradient and 100 feet down gradient from wetlands. A standard dredge and fill wetland application has been filed for this project for filling 17 acres of wetlands. The new wetland limit after filling will provide the required separation, close quote. The Ammonoosuc River has commented to DES that we're particularly concerned about the attempt to absolve the distance requirements of a proposed new solid waste landfill from an important functioning wetland complex by applying to NHDES to fill 17 acres of wetlands. Considering factors of topography, natural resource, socioeconomics, and safety, the LAC members in attendance were in accord with that the selection of the landfill location should be based on criteria related to the environmental and hazardous material management. It is recommended that the Dalton site selected for the new landfill does not appear to be suitable location for multiple reasons. In addition, the Ambrose River having been selected for 2 landfill sites, the one in Bethlehem and of course the one we're speaking of today, makes it seem like the responsibility has unduly been put on one river to carry the landfill burden, and it's unfair to the downstream communities. Well, thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak on the concerns that previously expressed by the members of the Ambrose River Local Advisory Committee. Thank you.
My name is Lorraine Kerner and I live in Dalton. My family and I are concerned for our health by the threat of a landfill that will destroy 17 acres of wetlands, 160 acres of forested habitat, and 5 vernal pools that can never be replaced. A landfill near a state park and body of water like Forest Lake and the Ambrose River makes no sense whatsoever. At some point in time, toxins from the landfill will inevitably find its way into the waterways, polluting the lake, nearby wells of homeowners, and harm wildlife. How safe will our children be swimming in a lake or playing on a beach where scavenger birds from a nearby landfill are defecating and bringing garbage scraps and contaminants, including PFAS, finding their way into lake via atmospheric deposition? Landfills produce significant amounts of methane gas and leachate. According to the EPA, I quote, "No liner can keep all liquids out of the ground for all time. Eventually, liners will either degrade, tear, or crack." Here are key reasons why you need to deny the wetlands, and these are also quotes. According to the Environmental Working Group senior scientists, communities, quote, where communities near landfill sites unfairly bear the burden of exposure to PFAS pollution. Here's a quote from Casella Vice President Joe Fucco. This is what he says of PFAS. "You're going to find it in every landfill. You're going to find it in every wastewater treatment plant." With that said, would you put a landfill near a wetlands, wells, and water where children swim? According to the wetland permit application, wetlands have already been damaged at the Dalton site. Casella Waste Systems has been sued by Community Action Works and Environment Massachusetts over the release of toxic pollutants from the Southbridge landfill that contaminated drinking water wells in a nearby stream and wetlands. The complaint alleged that the landfill violated the Clean Water Act by discharging dioxane, a suspected carcinogen, arsenic, iron, copper, lead, barium, manganese, and cyanide into wetlands and surrounding environments. The contaminated groundwater from the landfill flowed directly into wetlands, and Casella's report to the DPS indicated that the wetlands contained many of these pollutants. Why would you give wetland permit to an organization that has a history of abusing and damaging wetlands? According to the EPA Office of Wetlands, more than 1/3 of the United States threatened and endangered species live only in wetlands. Wetlands are also critical to fighting climate change due to their key feature of storing carbon for long time frames. The Wetlands Bureau mission statement is to protect, maintain, and enhance the environmental quality in New Hampshire, but the destruction of 17 acres of wetlands, 160 acres of forested habitat, 5 vernal pools, at this site, the breeding grounds for the spotted salamander and wood frog, all for a multi-generational garbage landfill surrounded by wetlands and 2 large bodies of water, runs counter to that mission statement. We have learned too many costly lessons to repeat the errors of past generations. The recent 154,000 gallons of leachate spill under investigation at the Bethlehem landfill site will have an impact on generations to come. The reality is,
Casella has already faced lawsuits in multiple states for pollution, and NECS has been cited for 3 operational deficiencies in less than 2 years. And I found out tonight it's not 3 deficiencies, it's 72 deficiencies. Again, I'm asking, why would you give a wetland permit to an organization that has a history of abusing and damaging wetlands? To protect the safety and well-being of our natural resources, I'm urging you to do the right thing and stand by the words written in your mission statement and deny Casella's wetland permits. Please make your decision as if this was affecting your home, your immediate family, and the future of our state. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate you holding this hearing this evening.
Yes, Dave Kerner, Dalton, New Hampshire. Obviously, my wife's a tough act to follow. I will be the shortest speaker tonight. I just want to say it's been a long evening. Everything's been said, and I would ask the board to deny this permit. Thank you.
Last call for senior. Sarah Salani. Deborah Dean. Ed Popolo. Speakers. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Saladay. I'm a lifetime resident of New Hampshire, but a recent resident to Littleton. And I'm really proud of this community that I've entered. So much passion and so much research. And my background is actually in natural resources and secondary science education. So I have a master's in both. And I wanted to speak tonight a little bit on the backs of some of the other people here. Lorraine and Julie and our Lance and our young 12-year-old friend. And the reason why I want to speak tonight is to take our little issue, our little local thing, and make it much bigger. So what's really important to remember is that we're not just talking about this wetland. We're talking about the number of trucks that are coming, bringing waste from really far away, emitting CO2 on their journey to go back and go pick up more, and again and again and again. Every time we travel that far, we emit massive amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is a known greenhouse gas that directly impacts increasing temperatures. Increasing temperatures don't just influence our little wetland here, but our entire state's economy. If we have constantly increasing temperatures, then we have constantly changing environmental conditions for our wetland species, right? So when we talk about climate change as a direct impact of this, it's not dislinked. And I know DES knows that. I know you have climate scientists on your team that do that work as well as your work on the wetland board. So it's really important to consider that. And like our 12-year-old friend said, there are other options. Because when I started thinking about the trucking and CO2, I also started thinking about the methane release. So landfills release a huge amount of methane over their lifetime. And Turnkey, for better or worse, has figured out how to capture it and send it to UNH to be used for power. So UNH doesn't have to use something else to power its heating systems. Up here, who's going to use the methane? We don't have the infrastructure in a rural community to capture that methane and actually use it for another good purpose. So you're just leaking it to the atmosphere. There's no point in that. If Casella wants to make a difference, then they would set up a system somewhere they can capture that methane and then say, look, I'm doing good for the climate. I'm going to take care of your waste and I'm going to capture your methane and someone's going to use it for energy, right? So that we reduce the whole greenhouse gas load and therefore reduce our whole impact on the much broader system. When we think about projects like this, it isn't just today anymore. It's not. It's not today. It's not here. It's how does it impact everywhere and how does it impact down the line? Most of you saw my children here earlier. I brought them for a reason because my 5-year-old has to already care. He has to already know that we have to walk from our house in Littleton to the playground because that's the better environmental choice. We're not just talking about a single wetland. So I implore you to consider this much bigger systems thinking approach when you decide to deny this wetland permit, because there are other ways that we can get rid of waste. Shorter distances, carbon capture, trash to energy plants, helping the state create laws that reduce waste overall, like Vermont and their single-use plastic ban or their composting mandate. There are other options and we don't have to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming and letting us speak today. The animals are just a small percentage of what lives in our wetlands. And I am a spotted salamander and I live on 17.1 acres of wetland and vernal pools on Douglas Drive. I live here with relatives and frogs, birds, foxes, deer, and other animals, plants, and microorganisms. If people get evicted from their homes, they just move. We don't have that choice. For those of us who are small and live in and around the water and cannot run away, we die. Once the big dump trucks come with their fill and fill in our home, we perish forever. The future of our ecosystem is in your hands based off the decisions you make. Wetlands are a very important part of our ecosystem. They help control floodwaters and water quality and water storage and recharge both groundwater and surface waters. Wetlands and marshes are a rich habitat that provide crucial ecosystem functions such as pollution, filtration, erosion control, and wildlife habitat through hunting, fishing, tourism, and recreation. Shrub wetlands may seem inhospitable to people, but their dense thickets provide reliable cover from predators from many wildlife species. Wetlands and marshes contain plants that grow out of water, but whose roots are wet, such as cattails, pickerel weed, and water lilies. Landing turtles, American black duck, and red-winged blackbirds rely on wetlands and marsh habitat for their feeding and life cycles. Our diverse natural resources support many activities that drive New Hampshire's economy. Our businesses need our tourism to survive. Just drive through Littleton and see all the out-of-staters that come here to enjoy our wetlands, lakes, ponds, and hiking trails and ATV trails. I have seen places from as far away as California and Alaska. I drive through Littleton 4 to 5 days a week, and it is always busy. We are already seeing the effects of climate change here in New Hampshire. Anyone who keeps an eye on our brooks and streams know that in June, our streams were as low as they would be in August. The recent rain we have had has done nothing to bring them up because the earth is so dry. Climate change is here in New Hampshire, and it should be a concern to all of us. That makes it even more important to protect our valuable wetlands, streams, lakes, and ponds before they are gone. One only has to look to the west to see what is coming if we do not act now before it is too late. We need to make sure we do not contaminate the very water sources that we use to drink and use for our enjoyment
and that our animals need to live. Who wants to eat a fish that has been contaminated with dioxin or some other dangerous chemical runoff from a landfill? Who wants to swim in a lake or pond that has been contaminated with dangerous chemicals? Casella's track record is not a good one, and it is clearly documented with complaints and lawsuits in more than our state. In 2018, a lawsuit was filed against it for a drainage ditch that was releasing heavy metals, manganese, iron, and dioxin, a known carcinogen, into the Ambrose River, a violation of the Federal Clean Water Act. Recently, a 154,000 gallon leachate spill that went unnoticed from May 1st through the 3rd. Can you imagine if that had been near Forest Lake? It would have been a huge environmental catastrophe. Anything that happens on the 17.1 acres on Douglas Drive impacts the wetlands and vernal pools and the Alder Brook, which runs through the corner of the 17.1 acres and dumps into the Ammonoosuc River. It would also affect Forest Lake, which flows into Burns Pond and dumps into the Johns River, which dumps into the Connecticut River, eventually into the oceans. So I am asking you on behalf of all the creatures that cannot speak for themselves to please deny Casella's application that would endanger our wetlands, vernal pools, rivers, lakes, ponds, and ecosystems that all our creatures and organisms, business, tourism, residents rely on. Please deny the application. It's only common sense to deny it. And thank you for your time. Thank you. Deborah Beaton. I grew up in Dalton and I live in Lancaster. I've been a lifelong resident, born and raised in New Hampshire.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Okay, that better. Yeah. All right, we're all still here. Yeah. Again and again, right? It's like hearing after hearing, meeting after meeting with Casella. So on my left hand, I have, it's my right hand on my left side. It's $17 million worth of settlements for Casella. There's also $8 million worth of fines. This is just since 1993. My hometown's all over this. It's cool. My other hand, I have this hat that says, "Believe in Bethlehem." So, this is weird, this hat. This organization came out of Bethlehem years ago, promoting the dump, you know, making sure everything was fine. And we actually trailed their headquarters, and it goes to Casella's headquarters. So I don't know if I believe it. Yeah, honestly, it kind of scares me that I think I could be here in 20 years having the same meetings that I was raised growing up with. Yeah. Yeah, we got to think long term here. This is a short-term solution, these landfills. And I'm not anti-landfill, but I am pro-alternative solutions. I am pro finding other places. Like, this is not a good idea right now. And, you know, we're sitting in a school right now, and the kids that will live through this aren't even here. They don't even get the chance to decide on this. And, you know, the Granite State landfill, they say that you won't see it for the first 20 years. Well, I'll still be here in 20 years. Our grandkids will be here in 20 years. And it's going to be here for a lot longer than 20 years. And now these are non-renewable resources. And this is why people come to New Hampshire. $5.5 billion is a lot of money, tourism. You know, this would be the third dump on the Ammonoosuc River, and we're trying to start a river district for people to come visit. It's not worth it. But all right, last thing. I think you guys have a great opportunity to do your job really well here. During this meeting, I was kind of thinking to myself, well, why do we have a Wetland Bureau? Why was it created? Was it to let projects like this just happen? I don't think so. I know so. So I'll finish up with this. An FDR quote, it's development means conservation, or conservation means development as much as it does protection. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, could you just come back and state your name for the record? I just remind Steve that I'm all the first guy is
It always comes out wrong too. Nina Webb, Nina. Thanks.
All right, next speaker is Brian Coughlin.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity this evening to voice our concerns about this project. I'm a Littleton resident, live near the proposed Brian Coughlin, Littleton resident, concerned about this whole situation with this piece of property. Coos County is the poorest region in New Hampshire. Its only intrinsic asset is its spectacular and pristine environment that powers the tourism industry. In light of that, how it could possibly be fair to locate a dump proximate to one of the county's state parks. If there is any long-term risk of environmental damage from the dump, no matter how small, it endangers the region's only significant industry. Notwithstanding that it will not be visible from the road, the endless line of massive-sized dump trucks rumbling along the tourist routes, there being no other routes for them to take, will damage the image of the area that the area needs to project for the success of its main industry. Would the state even consider locating a project like this proximate to Franconia State Park and Echo Lake, or Winnipesaukee, or Squam Lake, or Sunapee? Would it take the risk, no matter how small, that runoff or leakage even far off in the future might impair the quality of those lakes? The questions answer themselves. There is no chance. Likewise, no consideration should be given to approving the location of a solid waste dump proximate to one of the few state parks in Coos County. Residents of the county have limited outdoor swimming resources available to them, one of them being Forest Lake, which is already dealing with algae blooms caused by nitrate runoff from surrounding properties. Complicating this with potential runoff or leakage from a solid waste dump should be unthinkable. Tourists flowing north to enjoy the wonders of northern New Hampshire do not expect to encounter caravans of solid waste trucks rumbling along the limited roads that serve the proposed dump site. The truck traffic will have to access the site via Franconia Notch, Route 302, and US Route 3. The Notch has likely already suffered substantial geological damage from the passage of heavy trucks that mostly exceed the 45 mile an hour speed limit on I-93. Any economic benefit from the proposed dump will inure to a small number of Coos residents to the much larger economic detriment of everyone else. Again, my name is Brian Coughlin, and thank you for giving me this forum.
The next speaker is Nancy Morrison. You registered in person, you registered
Thank you. I'm Nancy Carbonell Morrison from Whitefield and Mount Vernon, New Hampshire. I'm going to cut what I had to say short, but I'm still going to talk a little bit because I can. There are numerous aspects, as everyone can see, as to the inappropriateness of this proposed landfill site. But we're obviously here tonight to talk about the wetlands and vernal pool issues. I must admit I had to look up vernal pools to really understand what they do. And it was pretty fascinating. They're a pretty big deal, and they are not even visible most of the year. Come to find out that that is in no way a diminishment of their grave importance to our healthy New Hampshire landmass. And guess what? The Nature Conservancy Summer Journal used their cover story this season with the title and pictures called The Hidden Life of Vernal Pools. And let me just briefly read a little bit of their science. A vernal pool is a seasonal wetland, a vital breeding ground for the life cycle of invertebrates and amphibians that prop up the food chain for many birds and mammals. Cycles that are now at risk because of development and climate change. The health of our forests is built upon abundance, and that abundance is what vernal pools do best. They gather, they form, they grow, and then they disperse, spreading like a glue that holds our ecosystem together. When we protect vernal pools, we protect a lot more than frogs. We protect the essence of our forest. It is difficult to protect something that is not always there, but we must. By the way, off script, Forest Lake is one of the cleanest, most pristine lakes in the state, and Concord would have the records to prove that. We've been tested every year since I know of. I've been going to Forest Lake since I was 12, but anyway, yeah, contact Concord if you want to know the health of the lake. It's impeccable, one of the best in the state. So anyway, we're really here today because of a manufactured crisis that Casella has created because they need somewhere to bury their non-New Hampshire trash. And Mr. Gay, you choose to mention that the Dalton site is very favorable for Casella. And nothing personal, but it's not favorable for the North Country or New Hampshire. It is insulting to me as a citizen of New Hampshire and the North Country that we would be expected to quietly stand aside and support corporate profit over public benefit and environmental protection. So we stand here today, all of us, to ask you to live your mission statement and protect our land, our wildlife, our water, and our people. We are depending on you to deny this indecent, unnecessary wetlands permit. And I will just end by saying that the word Ammonoosuc means a narrow fishing place. So don't make us have to change that name. Thank you so much. Thank you for sitting through this with us on this very hot, crowded night. Thank you. Thank you.
That concludes our person.
And turn on the speaker. Okay.
Share PDF.
Share the PDF.
DES will. Just to
This one, the Adobe.
Just go to one of the hand-raising screens.
Hand raising screens. Oh,
One of the slides.
sorry. What do you want to do?
One of the pages. Sorry, page down.
Oh, I think okay. And she's gonna, okay, and Maria's gonna take it over. Can you mute and yeah, it's all muted. Okay. Okay, Maria, can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
Okay, Maria, so you're going to introduce our next speaker then, please?
Yes, let me unmute. Erica Eisenberg is the next speaker. Erica Eisenberg, you have been requested to unmute yourself. Once unmuted, please state your name and affiliation for the record and limit your comments to 5 minutes. I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So my name is Erica and I'm a resident on West Forest Lake Road, so a butter to the proposed landfill. I'm speaking today to express my opposition to the Casella Waste Systems proposed 137-acre landfill in Dalton, New Hampshire. This is going to have a profound impact, touching many more communities than just Dalton. Specifically, I would like to speak about the wetlands permit currently under review. The towns of Littleton, Whitefield, Carroll, and Sugar Hill, as well as close to 24 outdoor and environmental organizations, have all weighed in and already expressed their opposition against this development due to its negative environmental and regional impacts. Both the town of Dalton and the town of Bethlehem have zoning ordinances in place. Dalton voters have already voted in for the second time temporary zoning. By failing to submit any applications for this project to satisfy local zoning ordinances in both towns, Casella Waste Systems is circumventing the rule of law and the will of the people. This should not be discounted by your department. This project does not, and I repeat, does not have the support of the North Country. So enough about politics. Let me tell you something about me and how my family ended up in the North Country. My husband and I moved to New Hampshire in 2017 following a job offer and in a pursuit of a life of outdoor adventures and serene landscapes. The area was even more beautiful than we remembered it from all of our vacation trips. We achieved our dream of living in the mountains. I can say we were vacationers for over 20 years in New Hampshire, and now that we call it our full-time home, we are proud to call ourselves Northerners. When we first heard about the Casella landfill, we were actually very familiar as we passed up several, and I mean several, houses when searching due to their close proximity to the Bethlehem landfill. Even while entertaining several of the homes, the odor was nauseating. The view of Mount Casella was heartbreaking. We did not know the full backstory as to how and why the beautiful little town of Bethlehem chose to have such a large landfill. Now fast forward, the careful house pick, the due diligence that we did, and we did a lot of due diligence, was met with an unforeseen circumstance. The Dalton landfill is proposed to go in right behind our current full-time residence. My husband and I were heartbroken when we heard the news, and the utter thought of raising our two-year-old behind a landfill is enough to contemplate moving out of the area and the state we chose to call home. The profound impact this will have with the local residences, with the already pointed out issues of odor, visual, and health impacts, is hard to imagine. How can I sit here and raise a 2-year-old next to a landfill? The damage and destruction to the wildlife, lakes, rivers, and air with 2 large landfills only miles apart should be criminal. Also, please keep in mind, as many people have already mentioned, the Bethlehem landfill just had a large leachate spill. So citing a landfill next to rivers, lakes, state parks, wetlands, and homes, full-time homes, vacation homes, what could possibly go wrong? Our state is known for its profound beauty and welcoming of tourism, so please consider the resounding impacts this second landfill will have on this area. The destruction of 17 acres, 160 acres of high-ranked forested habitat, vernal pools, virgin forest that's home to all kinds of wildlife. And when I say all kinds, I mean all kinds. And my 2-year-old daughter can attest to that because she loves the wildlife. Not to mention a state park that should be protected is only a stone's throw away from this proposed site. So first it's Forest Lake State Park. What's it going to be next? Franconia Notch State Park? Scary precedent to set by citing a landfill next to a state park. When will it end? The destruction of the land, not to mention contamination of the rivers from runoff created by the landfill, is certainly not worth it. I will conclude with your mission statement, which I know you guys have heard over and over again, but why not? Let's say it. To protect, maintain, and enhance the environmental quality in New Hampshire through the powers set forth in RSA 482-A, to regulate the impacts of those areas where the tide ebbs and flows or freshwater flows or stands. Now, there is no way that this permit can be approved while still supporting that mission statement. May you, DES members, never have to deal with the prospect of a garbage landfill site being proposed behind your home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I cannot locate the other two people who have pre-registered for remote comments in our list of virtual attendees. Therefore, if you are Elliot Wessler or Elmer Lupton, that is Elliot Wessler or Elmer Lupton, please virtually raise your hand so I can identify you and allow yourself to unmute. I have unmuted one person signing under Niels Manbrook Air.
Hello.
Hey, we can hear you. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, and
My
limit your
name
comments
is
to 5
Albert
minutes.
Lupton, and my wife Claire and I have a house at 75 Newell Lane in Whitefield, which is about within a mile of the proposed dump. And just to give a little bit of credibility, I have a PhD in organic chemistry, and I've worked in barrier plastic materials, such as those that are planned to protect the dump. And I kind of know about barrier materials. And as you've heard, every dump leaks. And just to repeat, sooner or later, every dump's going to leak and release effluent and toxic materials into the environment during and then well beyond its period of operation. And it's not just me saying this, but as you've heard from the EPA also. The stated plan for this dump is for 38 years of service. That's 38 years for the dump to leak, and then the potential for leakage is forever. We're looking backwards. 38 years ago was 1983. So imagine what the leakage would be for a dump built in 1983, operating and leaking for 38 years, and then forever onward. That's what we're looking at. There's really no need for this dump in New Hampshire. It's only motivated by the greed of Casella, the landowner. The only justification for this massive capacity is to take large amounts of garbage from outside of New Hampshire. The proposal by Casella will make New Hampshire, the North Country, and Forest Lake the garbage capital, not just of New Hampshire or even of New England, but of the northern part of the United States. Casella seems to want to make New Hampshire the waste capital, as it were the Alabama or Mississippi of the North. That's really not needed, and it's not justified. And a final thought. With respect, there have been some false statements made about the water quality of Forest Lake. For over 10 years, I served as the DES Volunteer Lake Assessment Monitor for Forest Lake. And every year, a representative of DES would come up and help us, and we'd measure the water quality. And as mentioned, it's on the DES website. The water quality is outstanding, which 30 years of annual testing have shown. In terms of pH, chlorophyll, dissolved oxygen, and phosphorus, the testing commonly shows values much better than New Hampshire standards. On some very rare occasions, there have been high E. coli measurements, normally caused either by excessive use of the beach or by beavers, but then those values return to well within standard within a few days. Forest Lake is a jewel, a rare treasure, and once it and its watershed are polluted by garbage and by vermin, the loss is unrecoverable. This dump will ruin the local area and its heritage as a rural and tourist area. The dump's capacity is not needed to serve New Hampshire, Casella, as you've heard over and over, have shown they're not a trustworthy builder or operator of this kind of facility. We do appreciate that you have a difficult job to do, but we respectfully ask you to do it and follow your charter. And I ask you please to reject the permit. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. I've been informed that our next pre-registered speaker, Elliot Wessler, is actually present in person. So I will pass it back to you at that venue.
Ready? Let me turn the video.
Okay, so I'm keeper is Elliot Westwood.
Correct. And I live in Whitefield.
Please go ahead.
I had the privilege to have a conversation with Ms. Monroe about whether this hearing should have been delayed. She was very patient with me, explaining why she believes DES did not have a choice in whether to hold this hearing now or delay it. It's my very strong view that this hearing should have been delayed for all the reasons that have been given by other people, and I'm not going to repeat them now. But here we are, so let's talk about Casella's wetlands permit application. There's a lot of reasons DES should deny the application. I'm only going to burden you with the top 10. First, this project will destroy 17 acres of wetlands. Mitigation is better than nothing, but it is not, it is my understanding, a substitute for a development site with lesser impacts on wetlands. Casella's alternative site evaluation was, and let me be generous, half-assed. But even their half-assed evaluation found at least one alternative site that would result in less wetlands destruction. Along the same lines, and second, this project will destroy 5 vernal pools, which are irreplaceable. The wildlife habitat and hydrology impacts that will result have effectively been ignored by the applicant. DES should not let that happen, especially given that there are alternative sites that will not result in destruction of vernal pools. Third, and there's been a lot of discussion about groundwater flows, I only want to make one additional point, is Casella has inferred the direction of groundwater flow from topography. This is not science, this is speculation. This is junk science, if anything. Inference is not the same thing as evidence, and DES should be telling Casella to come up with the evidence of how groundwater will be flowing or go home. Fourth, this project will be the second large landfill to drain into the Ammonoosuc, putting that river at even greater risk. DES must require the applicant to demonstrate convincingly that this project will not unduly risk water supplies for a number of downstream communities. It's my very strong opinion that they have not even come close to doing that. Fifth, Casella's claim that its application stands on its own and no inference about expansions at the Dalton site should be made, and that is a disingenuous argument at best. Casella's business model seems to be to target vulnerable towns with talk of a small footprint for a new landfill and then push for expansions well beyond the town's expectations. To stop this behavior, DES should evaluate wetlands impacts based on the full build out of acreage that Casella has targeted. 6, I want to focus on a different part of the mission statement. You've heard a lot of people quoting your mission statement. There's one key word that I think nobody has focused on, and it's that DES will protect the quality of life for all
New Hampshire residents. And as Dr. Finkel testified, is DES should be doing a net benefits test. All doesn't mean that somebody can't be heard, but it means that on a net basis, the benefits should be equitably distributed. It's clear that the distribution of impacts this project are wholly inconsistent with this mission statement. The beneficiaries are small in number, but big in power, including obviously Casella's shareholders, large landowners in Dalton who seem to want nothing more than for Casella to pay their property taxes. And since these beneficiaries are upwind and upstream from the project site, they will bear very little of the impacts. The losers are many. It's many people in Dalton and virtually everyone in the 4 surrounding towns because unfortunately they live downwind and downstream of this project. 7th, every chance it gets, Casella tells DES and the public that its Dalton landfill will be perfectly safe because it will employ the best available technology. This should be heavily discounted because, as DES knows, the best technologies are only as good as the corporate dedication and operational competence that's evidenced. Casella's landfill operating record is spotty at best, as a number of witnesses have testified, and there have been a large number of violations. Add to that the recent 150,000 plus gallon leachate spill in NCES, and the truly scary fact that it took 2 days for Casella to discover. I'm almost finished. 8th, Casella's overall credibility should be discounted because of its hyperbolic statements. Casella has stated in its applications that there will be no environmental impacts from this project. And we heard today that Mr. Gay, right here this afternoon, said it can't happen. What hubris. This statement is not credible, and Casella's application should be viewed by DES with extreme prejudice to its overall credibility based on these type of statements. 9th, Casella claims it works hard to cooperate with host communities, but this is not the experience of Bethlehem or Dalton. For years, it has defied the wishes of a majority of Bethlehem residents to forego expansions at the NCES facility, resulting in massive litigation costs that Casella can easily bear, but Bethlehem cannot. Now it refuses to honor the request of Dalton to file a zoning application under Dalton's existing zoning ordinance. And 10th, the Dalton site is essentially a greenfield site, and I won't go into my arguments there because they've been well documented. My name is Elliot Westler. I live in Whitefield.
Okay. So we reached the point where we have gone through all the pre-registered speakers. So we have. Okay, so we have reached the point where we've gone through all of our pre-registered speakers. And so we're going to first see if there are any people who are physically present who wish to comment and who have not yet had a chance to speak. And if so, please come on down and form a line here behind the podium. And after this, we will go to the remote speakers. And I'll remind everyone to please first state your name. Yeah. So we have it.
Yes, how's that? Can you hear me now? How you doing, Pam? Jean Robillard, I am a Bethlehem survivor. I've been coming to these hearings for most of my adult life. I remember Nina Webb when she was just this high, coming to meetings with her parents. And if the DES approves this wetland permit, apparently I will be coming to meetings until I die. And Nina is grown and has children of her own, and we will all be meeting here. I moved from Bethlehem. I moved to Whitefield, to Burns Pond. I went from the frying pan right into the frickin' fire. Because in my head, it never occurred to me that the DES would even entertain a landfill in such an absurd location. So, as we know, the watershed of Forest Lake is interconnected with the watershed of Burns Pond, where I live and where I drink from my well. And the water from Forest Lake percolates down through the aquifers, the streams, the rivers, the wetlands, and ends up in Burns Pond. I live there with 2 cats. I also, on the lake, live with our own pair of loons. They're not nesting yet, but I'm hopeful. I have 2 otters that have a den on my property. I am very proud of that. 4 muskrats. Flocks of migratory buffleheads. There's nothing like walking out my porch in the morning and seeing 30 bufflehead ducks on that lake. It is absolutely spectacular. Highly recommend it. I have 1 mink. I have a turkey that has conversations with my plastic pink flamingo. Don't ask me what they're saying. I'm not sure, but he hangs out. And I have 1 very large snapping turtle that has laid eggs on my property. On my property, I also have jack in the pulpits. I have trillium. It is an absolutely spectacular place. And I am thankful every day that I get to be the steward of this fantastic piece of land. So in March, I just moved there. And in March, I got this letter from the town of Whitefield, the water department. And it says, in part, the Whitefield water system participates in a program at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services that requires the water supplier to implement a source protection program to prevent drinking water sources from becoming contaminated. Once a source becomes contaminated, it is very costly and sometimes impossible to correct. Therefore, I am writing to you because your property is located in the source water protection area for this water system as delineated by the DES. The SWPA in the area from which water and any contaminants are likely to flow to the water system's well or surface water source. Because your property is within the source water protection area for a public water system, activities on your property that affect groundwater can also affect the public water supply. And I got this nifty pamphlet to go with it. Do you recognize it? It's from you. It's from the Water Resources Department, and it says, got clean drinking water? It's up to you. Well, I beg to differ. Tonight, it is up to you. It is up to you. It is up to you and how you choose to look at this project. I'm not an environmental engineer, and so I'm not going to stand here and tell you geological facts and hydro whatever that you should already know about this project. And you already know that this watershed is a source water protection area because you, the DES, have delineated as such. I know these facts because you told me. And I'm here today to remind you of that. I am also here to remind you not of your mission, but of the DES's environmental equity policy, which, paraphrasing, is basically no one community should have to bear the burden of adverse environmental impacts in perpetuity. Now, I don't know, thank you. How many Casella landfills will the White Mountains region have to bear? Personally, I think 1 is more than enough. So, as I said, I'm not an environmental engineer, but I also don't think it takes a degree in environmental science to know that a landfill in this location is a bad idea, really bad. Like, you couldn't have even picked a dart on the board of New Hampshire and picked a worse spot. And if the DES is so concerned about what the heck I'm doing on my property, like, you know, fertilizer, et cetera, that I'm going to contaminate the watershed, you should be utterly horrified by this project and what it's going to do to the watershed. I think it's going to be far worse than what anything I could do. And I also I just simply at 5, okay. I also, I just can't conceive of the fact that you're even entertaining this project. To me, denying the permit would be a no-brainer, no-brainer. I also want to point out that this week, in the July edition of Business New Hampshire, very popular magazine, the New Hampshire Division of Travel and Tourism 2020 Fall Advertising Effectiveness Research came up with some insights into where people are traveling. Now, I know we say, oh, our tourist economy, and, you know, I don't think you folks in Concord really believe us when we say that. But guess what? According to the New Hampshire Division of Travel and Tourism, guess where people are going? Is it the seacoast? Nope. Only 15% go there. The Lakes region, very popular, but only 30%. Do you know where they're coming? They're coming to the White Mountains. 47% of the tourists are coming to the White Mountains. You need to do your job, please. Deny this permit. Thank you.
Gregory Odell, Town of Dalton. First of all, thank you for coming up here, for staying late. I'm glad that the school administration was able to make this place available. I hope it worked for you well enough. I hear you have to drive home. I hope you have a safe trip back this evening. Earlier, you heard a personal attack on the quality of the Select Board of Town of Dalton. There are differing opinions in our town. They've continued to serve. Through the pandemic, remote meetings, the roads were plowed, sanded. They continue to do business. Things are fine. In spite of what at times seemed to be an organized attempt to undermine the integrity of our board, they've done a very outstanding job. Things are okay. From the DES mission statement, to protect and maintain, enhance the environmental quality in New Hampshire through the powers set forth in RSA 482A to regulate impacts on those areas wherever the flows and ebbs and freshwater flows and stands. Hopefully I wrote it right. EPA 5.2, protection of high quality wetlands. State anti-degradation policies should provide for water quality in high quality wetlands to be maintained and protected as prescribed in section 131.12A2 of the WQS regulation. State implementation methods requiring alternative analysis, social economic justifications, point non-point source control, public participation are to be applied to wetlands in the same manner as other surface waters. If someone would like to argue that wetlands in question are not defined and might not fall under 5.2, then until the old Brook Wetlands Complex, the swamp, as I grew up knowing it, has been fully evaluated and defined, how can anyone expect to be asked to accept the correct and verified opinion can be given? The Dalton Conservation Commission letter dated, I think it was June 4th, they were denied the access to the property. We've heard about this tonight. I'll just cut short because I want to get out of here. So is everybody else. The Dalton Conservation Commission is the authority locally appointed as the people's voice in matters such as this, and is clear for both DS mission statement, EPA language, that the people's voice and opinion shall have merit in these matters. Spotted salamanders, wood frogs, a diverse array of invertebrates, including fairy, shrimp, etc., rely on vernal pools as part of their life cycle. Because vernal pools are not permanent habitats, they vary in hydro period from year to year. Conserving an array of such breeding habitats in a landscape is important for the long-term sustainability of amphibian populations. One pool may fail in a given year, but as long as not all fail, the populations persist. Many amphibians tend to return to the pool where they were born to breed as adults. It is extremely difficult to say which species occupy specific pools without proper inspection. Anything that destroys a vernal pool is going to have some impact on local diversity. Thank you very much. Gregory Odell, Dalton.
Okay, we're going to switch over to our vote. So before we do that, I just want to make sure the person figures. Okay.
Okay, so we have concluded our in-person speakers. We will now see if there's any unregistered remote speakers. And Maria, I will let you take it from here. I'm going to mute this machine.
Thank you. If anyone who was not pre-registered to give comments remotely but would like to do so, please virtually raise your hand so we can identify and unmute you. I'm not seeing anyone, but let's give one more minute to see if it's taking people a little bit of time to raise their hand. Yeah, we got one person. The person identified as Jackie, you had your hand raised. You have been requested to unmute yourself. The person identified as Jackie is still muted. And I'm not seeing anybody else who has their hands raised, and that person also lowered their hand.
So then, Maria, we're going to take back control here for final wrap up.
Oh, she just, Jackie just unmuted herself.
I'm sorry, I was having difficulty unmuting myself. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for this hearing.
If you would like, please identify yourself and your
I'm Jackie Elliott.
Thank you.
I live in Waterboro, Maine. I'm a native Granite stater, having retired to Maine 10 years ago. I am an environmental health and justice advocate, and that work has been focused for 3 decades around waste management issues. I now have the dubious pleasure of dealing with Casella creep on both sides of the border here in Maine and New Hampshire. The citizens of New Hampshire have acquitted themselves very well today in this hearing. They've been very knowledgeable. They've been very ardent in their requests, very clear in their requests. They understand the situation very clearly, that landfills are a threat. Landfills operated by Casella are a particular threat to all that we hold dear in our environment and quality of life. DES has been reminded of their mission a number of times today. This is an important opportunity that you have to stop and reconsider. It would appear that Casella has failed to meet the required permit obligations relative to these wetlands. So you can stop here and you can use this as an opportunity to start thinking of waste management on the front end rather than on the back end. We are going to run out of places to entomb our waste. Turning it into toxic smoke and ash is not a reasonable option either in my mind, and I'm not alone. So this is a time for the DES to be true to its mission and to its statutory requirement to examine their waste management strategies and begin implementing those policies that deal with waste on the front end, rather than continuing to focus on the end of pipe solutions, which are not sustainable. You have a marvelous opportunity to do that. The people of Dalton and the surrounding area are asking you very wisely to not go forward with this permitting of this Casella operation. I hope you will hear them. And I hope you will respond in a way that is honorable to your positions, that will benefit the state of New Hampshire and the surrounding area. For-profit waste management is not the way to go for any of us in this area. So please take this time to say no to this permit and get busy doing things right on the front end. And I know you will have the support of many, many people in New Hampshire doing that. People who are knowledgeable and willing to roll up their sleeves and help you get to much better ends than we currently do in this area. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was our last person with their hand raised to speak remotely.
Myself. Okay. So seeing no one else who wishes to comment, this oral public hearing is hereby closed. And I just want to thank everyone for your time and your very thoughtful comments. As I stated at the beginning, this is an opportunity for us to hear and not an opportunity for dialogue, but your comments, we've taken lots of notes and we appreciate you sharing them with us.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's very hard to be. I sit here. So wherever this goes.
Right. Thank you for that. Credit goes to my colleagues, really. David Price and Steph Giolongo and Pamela Monroe, excellent colleagues, so thank you. The original, so I have a few things I need to say officially to close the hearing. So seeing no one else who wishes to comment, this oral public hearing is hereby closed. The original notice of this hearing listed August 13th, 2021 as the date the record would close. The applicant has consented to keeping the record open for an additional 30 days until September 13th, 2021. Prior to the close of the record, we encourage the public to submit written comments on the pending application via email to the following address, which is Wetlands Application Public Comments at des.nh.gov, or by first-class mail to NHDES P.O. Box 95, 29 Hazen Drive, Concord, New Hampshire 03302. All comments received by the close of business 4:00 p.m. on September 13th, 2021 will be considered in making the final decision. And I want to thank you all for participating and for your comments today. Have a good evening.
Good job.